Good morning. How are you? Okay, technical details. Your headphones, please. I will be speaking in English, but we will have the opening and keynote speeches in different languages. So feel free to follow and to use the technical detail we have. Okay, good morning, Mirmanjes, dobro jutro. Honorable Deputy Minister Manjani, Ms. Muchostepa, Honorable Minister Jakšić Stojanovic, Your Excellency Ms. Huber, dear partners, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tirana and welcome to the RCF Annual Regional Conference. It is a very great pleasure for me to host you today on behalf of the Regional Challenge Fund and the Albanian Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation of the Republic of Albania to this event. My name is Tirana Topali. I will be your host for today and for some of you for tomorrow as well. This is our fourth regional conference, but the first one on site itself, and the third time that the Technical Advisory Committee of RCF happens here. After Budva and Skopje, we have gathered now in Tirana to discuss the realities, the perspectives of the vocational education and training in the Western Balkan region. Traditionally, this conference is a venue for regional dialogue between governments, educational institutions, businesses, Chamber of Commerce, educational providers, donors, projects, and civil society organizations. Today, we are joined by the educational policy makers, decision makers, experts from the VET field, and representatives of Chambers of Commerce in the region. There is also present today with us vocational training providers and their partnering enterprises that have been awarded by RCF in the 3 previous calls that have been financing cooperative training programs. We are pleased to have the representatives of international and regional organizations sitting with us today in this room. Do not forget, we're also being attended by the online audience because this conference is being screened through Zoom, so there should be around 400 online participants following the whole day today, and I'd like to welcome them as well during the event. This year, the exchange will focus on the critical aspects of human capital, and I believe it's a key word we've been using a lot in the last few years. And with the demographics changing in our region, I think it is worth a while that we talk a bit more and we act upon doing a bit more. The development goes fast as well as change goes fast. So this year in this annual conference, we'll be focusing on the developments within the context of the European Union integration, maybe the most important process that our region is going through. We are also especially honored to have in this event the partnership of Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation of Albania in co-hosting our main panel titled Vocational Education and Training Systems of the Western Balkans as a Driving Force for Economical Growth, Reform Priorities and Challenges. This will be happening after a while we continue with our opening speeches and the keynote speeches. Let me also thank you very much to Mr. Blendi Gonja, our Minister of Economy, Culture and Innovation, who will be arriving a bit later, so we'll announce him in a while. But to continue and to leave the floor to our guest speakers of today, I'm pleased to open the speeches with Ms. Ines Muchostepa, the German develop, no, wait, I'm sorry, morning coffee didn't hit yet, you know? So Ms. Ines Muchostepa, member of the Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum, Managing Board and President of the Union of Chambers of Commerce of Industry in Albania. I got it, right? Did I? Thank you. I'll do this.
Nderuar zonja Manjani, zëvendës Ministre e Ekonomisë, Kulturës dhe Inovacionit, Zoti Nils Sanen, sekretari i shtetit të Ministrisë Federale Gjermane në bashkëpunim ekonomik në Gjermani, zonja Ruth Huber, ambasador Zviceranës në Shqipëri, Angela Stojanovic, ministër i Ministrisë së Arsimit të Malit Zi, shumë miq që na ndiqni në formatin online, miq të shumë që erdhën në Tiranë, ju falenderojmë përzemërsisht ju dhe sipërmarrësve dhe përfaqësuesve të shkollave profesionale që jeni këtu prezent. Jam e nderuar të përshëndes sot konferencën vjetore të Fondit të Sfidave Rajonale, të organizuar në partneritet me Bashkimin e Dhomave të Tregtisë dhe Industrisë së Shqipërisë, që unë sot kam nderin të përfaqësoj. Zhvillimi i kapitalit njerëzor ka qenë një nga sfidat kryesore të zhvillimit për secilën nga ekonomitë në Ballkanin Perëndimor dhe vazhdon të jetë ende sot. Por vetëm me investime dhe përmirësim të sistemit të arsimit dhe formimit profesional, ne të gjithë mund të kontribuojmë së bashku për të zvogëluar hendekun e zhvillimit në ekonomitë tona. Është vërtet një sukses ndryshimi pozitiv që ka sjellë kontributi i Fondit të Sfidave Rajonale në panoramën arsimore të 6 ekonomive të Ballkanit Perëndimor. Gati 4 vjet më parë, së bashku me kolegët e mi, antarë të bordit menaxhues të Forumit të Investimeve të Dhomave të Ballkanit Perëndimor, nënshkruam këtë projekt me Bankën e Zhvillimit KFV, bashkëpunimi me të cilën ka qenë vërtet fantastik. Por realizimi me sukses nuk do të ishte i mundur pa mbështetjen e Ministrisë Federale Gjermane për bashkëpunimin ekonomik, Qeverisë Zvicerane dhe Bankës së Zhvillimit KFV për ndihmën e rëndësishme financiare për mbi 75 milion euro që i ofruan vendeve të Ballkanit Perëndimor, me qëllim zhvillimin e kapitalit njerëzor dhe rritjen e punësimit të rinjve, atyre që meritojnë një të ardhme më të ndritur, optimiste dhe plot me mundësi të reja. Dhe për këtë sot ndihemi vërtet krenar. Një nga vlerat e shtuara që ka sjellë Fondi Sfidave Rajonale është pikërisht efekti ndërrajonal. Ballkani Perëndimor është një rajon me 6 ekonomi, të cilat kanë struktura të ndryshme institucionale, për sa i përket sistemit të arsimit dhe formimit profesional. Dhe edhe sot, qasje bashkëpunuese të mësimit dual ose bazuar në punë në sistemet vet, nëse i cila nga ekonomitë janë të zbatuara në mënyra dhe në nivel shumë të ndryshëm. Megjithatë, sfidat për sigurimin e një fuqie punëtore të kualifikuar, që duhet të përgjigjet nevojave të ekonomive të sotme, janë të njëjta në të 6 ekonomitë. Për të realizuar këtë, Fondi Sfidave Rajonale ka ndryshuar panoramën e arsimit dhe formimit profesional në gjithë rajonin, duke ndikuar në fushën e zhvillimit të kapitalit njerëzor dhe tranzicionin e Ballkanit Perëndimor drejt ekonomive të gjelbra dhe digjitale. Plani i ri i rritjes së BE-s, që përfshin edhe propozimet tona si zëri i sipërmarrjes, është një mekanizëm i rëndësishëm për të thelluar integrimin rajonal nëpërmjet tregut të përbashkët rajonal si një hap drejt tregut të përbashkët të BE-s. Prioritetet e planit të rritjes përfshin zhvillimin e sektorit privat dhe mjedisin e biznesit, energjinë dhe tranzicionin e gjelbër, digitalizimin dhe zhvillimin e kapitalit njerëzor, të cilat do duhet të zbatohen më tej në agjendat e reformave. Të gjithë ne jemi të bindur se nuk mund të krijojmë një treg të përbashkët në Ballkanin Perëndimor nëse kapitali njerëzor lihet më njanë. Së bashku me partnerët tanë rajonal, jemi duke punuar që tregu i ri i përbashkët rajonal të fokusohet jo vetëm në përmirësimin e kapitalit njerëzor dhe zhvillimin e aftësive, por edhe në nxitjen e transformimit digjital, nxitjen e një mjedisi miqësor për biznesin, si dhe rritjen e konkurrencës. Një mjedis i favorshëm dhe konkurrues mund të rrisë rritjen vjetore me 2% dhe të tërheqë deri në 6.5% më shumë investime dhe të nxjisë normën e rritjes së vendeve të punës me 1% në vit, ndërsa rrit produktivitetin e ndërmarrjeve të vogla dhe të mesme me 5% deri në 10%. Sot më shumë se kur duhet punojmë së bashku që sistemet e arsimit dhe trajnimit profesional të Ballkanit Perëndimor të mund të ofrojmë cilësinë dhe rëndësinë e duhur për të realizuar përputhje midis aftësive të nxëna dhe atyre të kërkuara nga fundënësit, të kenë qasje në teknologjinë moderne për të ofruar trajnime të bazuara në kërkesa që plotësojnë nevojat e ekonomisë së gjelbër, digjitale dhe gjithëpërfshirëse, si dhe të promovojnë qasje të harmonizuara për zhvillimin e kapitalit njerëzor në Ballkanin Perëndimor në rrugën drejt BE-s. Jam totalisht e bindur që kjo konferencë ditore e Fondit Sfidave Reale do të mund të adresojë sfidat tona të përbashkëta dhe ky mekanizëm unik financiar, jam e bindur, duhet të jetë akoma dhe më i rëndësishëm në vitet në vijim. Do doja të falenderoj dhe të uroja 2 ditë bashkëpunimit të shkëlqyer dhe pastaj pse jo të dalim me konkluzionet të cilat mund t'ja dërgojmë dhe pjesës së liderëve tanë politik për të na pasur më tepër në vëmendje dhe për të i monitoruar pastaj në implementimin e kërkesave tona. Ju falenderoj të gjithë dhe punë të mbarë.
Thank you, Ms. Muchostepa. Now, the Regional Challenge Fund, as you know, was created as an initiative of the German Development Bank, and the funds come from the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. Even though he couldn't be here with us today, he was kind enough to actually register a small video message for us. So I would like to ask our technicians to help us with a video of Mr. Nils Annen, the State Secretary of German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ.
Regional Challenge Fund. The history of this project goes back to the Berlin process. Our partner, the Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum, was founded as part of the Berlin process, and both are making important contribution to the development of the economies in the region and to delivery on the reform agendas of the EU growth plan. Moving closer to the EU and building a common economic space requires competitive enterprises in the Western Balkans. One vital element for this is appropriately skilled workers. So investing in initial and ongoing vocational training is not just an option. It is strategically imperative if the region is to achieve sustainable growth and prosperity. And this is a key precondition for the region to remain an attractive place so that the young generation will choose to stay. The BMZ is increasingly getting involved in financing the promotion of employment and vocational training in the Western Balkans and other partner countries. We are thus delighted that through the Regional Challenge Fund, we have launched an innovative instrument for skilled labor development. Through the region, modern training programs are being implemented that are based on cooperation between enterprises and vocational schools. These programs are learning from each other. They are aligned to the same training standards, and they foster 2 important goals of the BMZ at the same time: gender equality and green skills for young people. The Regional Challenge Fund, which has been funded with 64 million euros from Germany and 10 million euros from Switzerland, addresses an important interface. Vocational schools need to become able to align their training courses with the new needs of the private sector. Only if there is close cooperation between training institutions and enterprises will it be possible to gradually close the gap between curricula and real labor market needs. This will help countries move toward training systems where theory is the foundation, but practice is the essential element. I am convinced that strong training partnerships with the industry will give the entire region a competitive advantage. We can already see in our partner countries that places where vocational schools and training high-skilled graduates are becoming more attractive to investors. So we find it great that through our activities in the Western Balkans, we are seeing for the first time that enterprises across all economies in the region are interested in getting actively involved in vocational training. Over 2,000 companies have worked together with vocational schools to apply for funding from the Regional Challenge Fund. Some representative of these companies are here today, and this shows that there is not just great need for funding for vocational training, there is also great interest among enterprises and vocational training institutions to share responsibility for trained skilled workers. We consider this a turnaround in vocational training, and we regard it as a momentum that enables policymakers to lend significant impetus to human capital development in the region. Our tradition of vocational training in Germany is based on the dual approach. So we are convinced that permanent cooperation between enterprises and vocational training institutions is a key pillar for a sustainable and strong economy. Partnerships between industry and the education sector foster innovation and digital and technological development. And they create a future-oriented environment for training that is closely linked with the needs of industry. So I would like to appeal to the private sector and to policymakers to use the momentum in order to create the institutional setup for cooperation that has been missing, and to provide adequate resources for this endeavor. The Regional Challenge Fund stands ready to lend active support to regional policy dialogue and to share practical insights from its work with all stakeholders so that these insights can be put to use.
Am I heard? Now, okay. Because I already know people cannot see me behind this, but it's important to hear me today. So 2 things we cannot get them. Okay. The government of Switzerland, represented here by the Swiss Agency of Development and Cooperation, SDC, joined the RCF initiative in 2022. Allow me to give the floor to Her Excellency, Mrs. Bruce Huber, Ambassador of Switzerland in Albania.
Good morning to all of you. Deputy Minister Olta Manjani, Ms. Mucho Steppa, State Secretary Annen, dear ministers and deputy ministers from the neighboring countries present here, dear colleagues from the German Embassy and KfW, distinguished guests. Vocational education is of paramount importance to the future prosperity and development of Albania. Vocational education produces skilled workers who match the needs of the economy. It lowers unemployment while it makes students highly employable due to the practical and hands-on nature of the training. This in turn makes the economy more prosperous and competitive. And this is also why companies in Switzerland see the high value of a strong vocational training system. Vocational education has a very strong role in the Swiss education system. As the Swiss ambassador, I'm honored that Switzerland supports Albania's journey for already over 20 years towards a robust vocational education system. Switzerland has developed a comprehensive portfolio in the vocational education and training sector in Albania, actively collaborating with the public schools and with the Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation and the relevant national agencies, enhancing also the overall framework conditions. This portfolio includes support for vocational skills development within the companies, aiming to boost the relevance of practical learning and boost youth employment. Albania's desire to transition to a more dualized vet system aligns well with Switzerland's extensive experience in this area, enabling the sharing of best practices and successful models. For instance, our current project, After Perpune Skills for Jobs, has strengthened the links between the private businesses and 10 public vocational schools, and it has pioneered innovative digital learning. I'm glad to notice that both of these, the links with businesses and the digitalization, will be topics in today's conference. The Regional Challenge Fund complements this engagement very well. Our partnership with Germany on this initiative comes from the shared belief that in the transformative power of vocational education and our commitment to the regional cooperation in the Western Balkans. The Regional Challenge Fund is designed to make businesses in the Western Balkans more competitive by bringing vocational education and training providers closer to the private sector. By providing financial support to consortia consisting of vocational training institutions and private enterprises, the fund encourages the development of high-quality training programs that are highly or closely aligned with the industry needs. And this is good for both sides. It makes the graduates more employable and it strengthens the competitiveness of the businesses. Less than 2 months ago, the Regional Challenge Fund awarded another 5.4 million euro to cooperative projects between schools and businesses in Albania, adding up to the competitive grants from previous years. We are looking forward to seeing the implementation of these grants and to witness their successful implementation and completion. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of vocational education is bright in our view, but it does require our collective effort and unwavering commitment. As we look ahead, let's seize the opportunities presented by the Regional Challenge Fund. Let's create a vocational education system that is robust, inclusive, and aligned with the needs of the modern economy in Albania and in the region of the Western Balkans. In closing, I would especially like to thank the Ministry for Economy, Culture and Innovation for its partnership and dedication. So I would like to thank Minister Gonce, thank Deputy Minister Manjani for dedicating attention to the vocational sector. I wish you all a fruitful conference and look forward to continued steps in strengthening vocational education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Huber. And now to close this first round of our opening speeches, since our minister could not make it, we have great pleasure to host our Deputy Minister, Olta Manjani. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, being the last speaker of the opening remarks, it's good because you have to be short and sweet and wrap up fast, but it's also bad because most of the things have already been said. Anyway, dear Ms. Mocho Stepa, member of the Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum, Managing Board and President of the Union of Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Albania, dear Ambassador of Switzerland in Albania, Your Excellency Ruth Haber, dear Ministers and Deputy Ministers of the region, dear distinguished guests, it's really a pleasure to welcome you here today in Tirana. Ladies and gentlemen, it really is a great pleasure to gather all together today for the annual regional conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. The topic of this year's conference, Building Human Capital Development in the Western Balkans for Integration in the EU Single Market, strongly emphasizes, of course, our shared commitment to fostering economic growth and development in the whole region. In the context of the fast-growing economic sectors, as all my predecessors here on the stage already mentioned, it remains as our foremost priority the enhancement of the workforce skills. Notably, we are intensifying our collaboration with the employers and all the stakeholders particularly within the dynamic tourism sector, which actually in the last 2-3 years in Albania, it has been growing very fast with an exponential growth, I would say, and it is becoming one of the largest sectors of our economy. The recent launch of the Work in Tourism initiative is also an example of our dedication to both upskilling and reskilling the workforce, but also promoting opportunities within these fast-growing economic sectors. In our efforts for an inclusive lifelong learning policy, we strive to ensure that all citizens have access to continuous skills development opportunities. This is especially important in facilitating the transition of our workforce from declining and labor-intensive industries to more fast-growing sectors that demand higher skill levels, but that also have a higher value added in the economy. And along with these policies, the Albanian government has been committed to actually increase the salaries and the wages in the public sector, and of course to give the same signal to the private sector that this is an economy of knowledge and actually we need to pay our employees accordingly. The vision of the Albanian government is actually clear: advancing skills development and fostering robust partnerships with the private sector, which are imperative for fostering further sustainable economic growth. And in this context, we're also piloting the dual system this year in Albania, where we, of course, have understood the big value of having a close partnership with the private sector in actually further developing the VET sector. And the best way to move forward, of course, is to move towards a system, as the German State Secretary also mentioned, the dual system, and we're getting examples from the best practices that there are, which is the government of Switzerland and the government of Germany in doing so. And we're doing this along with the skills development, Skills for Jobs project of the SDC. Our concerted efforts, of course, are aimed to align vocational education and training programs with the evolving demands of the labor market, such as boosting the industry participation in different training initiatives. The Regional Challenge Fund has been instrumental, in fact, for the direct collaboration between the private entities and the educational institutions, thereby fostering cooperative training initiatives. And of course, the RCF has also been instrumental in diversifying the portfolio of VET providers. We, of course, have the public VET providers who the government has been investing a lot in the recent years in order to improve the infrastructure. But of course, by diversifying the portfolio and having on board the private providers, this way we make sure that actually we develop the whole ecosystem of vocational education. Moreover, with the invaluable support of our development partners, and notably Switzerland, and of course Germany, and the help of the RCF, we're actively working towards establishing, as I said, the dual VET programs in key sectors. And here it is worth mentioning that we will be piloting 2 programs in the hospitality sector, the ones that are actually in higher demand, which is reception and kitchen. And we're also moving forward with the automotive sector and the ICT sector, which are also 2 important sectors for the Albanian economy. We strongly believe that a strong partnership with the private sector, of course, is very essential for achieving the goals in skills development and consequently the efficiency in the labor market. In conclusion, the development of the workforce, the effective labor market policies, and the strong partnerships with the private sector are, of course, central to our strategy for economic growth and sustainable development. And we are committed to continue our efforts in all of these areas in order to ensure that Albania and the region can grow into a common regional market that will pave the way for our region to enter the single EU market. Thank you very much, and I wish a successful conference of mutual exchange and partnership.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manjani. Very to the point, short, sweet. but with a lot of content, which brings us very smoothly into the flow where we have our distinguished guests for the keynote speeches. Fostering Western Balkans 6 economic growth through human capital development. I would like to start and set the tone with inviting our first guest, the Minister Angela Jakšić-Stojanović from the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation of Montenegro.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege to greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation of Montenegro. It is a pleasure for me today to be here to discuss about this very important topic, the development of human capital as a cornerstone for economic progress and the process of European integration. Human capital is the driving force behind sustainable economic growth and social advancement. As Theodor Schultz, a Nobel Prize winner in economics, once said, investment in human capital will not only bring economic benefits, but also improve the quality of life. This investment is essential in improving innovation, productivity, and competitiveness on the global market. By making education, training, and skill development as a priority, we lay the foundation for a prosperous and inclusive society that can effectively navigate the challenges and the opportunities of the 21st century. Vocational education in Montenegro plays a central role in preparing our students for the labor market needs. In the last years, we implemented a lot of different reforms in vocational education to improve the quality of teaching and learning process. We introduced modular educational system, which allows greater flexibility in learning. We also implemented a dual education, which combines theoretical knowledge and practical skills in order to improve students' readiness for the real working world. But still, vocational education in Montenegro has significant potential for development because we also face a lot of different challenges. The introduction of new technologies and digital tools in the teaching and learning process may improve the quality of education. Continuous international cooperation through the projects like this one and through exchanges of students and teaching staff may enable our schools to adopt best practices and improve the quality of our programs. Strengthening ties with industry may also provide an opportunity for deeper integration with local and regional economic entities, which can contribute to better alignment of educational programs with labor market needs. Reforming the vocational education and training system, not only in Montenegro, but also in Western Balkan countries, is a crucial step toward the economic competitiveness and development of all regions. Achieving these priorities requires coordinated efforts from governments, educational institutions, industry partners, and international organizations to create sustainable and efficient educational system that can respond to the challenges of the modern labor market. I would like to emphasize the importance of our joint efforts in improving vocational education, as only through collective efforts we can ensure a better future for our young generations. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you, Ms. Jakšić-Stojanović. I think I'm getting good with pronouncing names now. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Okay. No, we're missing one name, I guess. Not yet. We're missing one, but it's fine. going into the flow and getting into how do we go through this human capital development, as it was mentioned before, through also institutional cooperation. I would like to also invite here today for our second keynote speak, Ms. Tatiana Szteriova-Duszowska, Secretary General of Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum President from the Western Balkan Investment Forum.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me well.
Yes, do you hear us?
Good morning. It is my pleasure to greet you and to express my regrets for not being able to be present with you there in Tirana today. And let me thank honorable excellencies from the ministries, partners, especially ministers in charge of vet education and colleagues from the vet department from the chambers throughout the Western Balkans region. What I would like to address today is the topic complementing the human capital development in light of the key documents which are setting forward the development of the region, and that primarily relates to the new growth plan for the Western Balkans. I just have to ask if you can hear me well, because I'm hearing myself double.
You are heard very well here. Do you hear us?
Do you hear me well? Because I'm hearing myself double while speaking.
Yes, I think the technicians can help us with that, but we do hear you very well.
Okay, I can proceed then. Thank you. The essence of this new development is that the common vision of the region to become part of the European Union has been the main political, but also the economic goal of all the 6 Western Balkans economies in the last 2 decades. This is especially important for our businesses because it means opportunities to fully exploit the benefits that the 4th freedom on which the EU single market is based upon has to offer to our industries. That for our companies means potentials for growth, competitiveness, and advancement of the different agendas that aim to reshape the economies of the Western Balkans. In the Chamber Investment Forum, as representatives of the region private sector, for many years we have been calling for appealing to the so-called approach of inclusive enlargement, which would mean in the basis providing the possibility for direct access to the EU single market in all the areas when the technical criteria have already been met, even prior to the formal membership of each of the economies in the European Union. Our proposal has been that this process should go in parallel. This does not simply mean change in the regulations, but a complete change of the mindset in which the Western Balkans economies are seen in their relations to the European Union. Not just mere trading partners, but in fact, integral links of a united European economy and single market. That also includes a shift away from the paradigm that has been accompanying the accession process until now, that nothing is done until everything is done, meaning that the opening up of the single market comes only after all the formal procedures related to the accession to the EU single market have been completed. Now, all these opportunities are at the palm of the hand of our economies and of our businesses throughout the region on the basis of the new growth plan for the Western Balkans. This new document, which entails the reshaping of our economy and promises to support our companies, our total economic systems in bridging the economic gap and the convergence gap towards their EU partners, it is based on the premise that it is not longer sufficient to simply wait for the Western Balkan economies to move closer to the region, but the responsibility also lies in the European Union to actively bring them closer. This is why the growth plan opens up possibilities for early accession into the European single market in the priority areas which have been defined in the first pillar of the growth plan, which open up unprecedented opportunities for our companies. This also brings challenges which have to be dealt upon. When we speak about the opportunities, I will only shortly mention the accession to the single European payment area, which for the companies throughout the region, for entities, for businesses, for citizens throughout the region, would bring more than 500 million euros of saving in the reduction of the cost for cross-border payment. I would also refer to the example of the green lines, which in full establishment, connecting the Western Balkans region with the border points which are of the neighboring countries connecting the region to the European Union, we would significantly shorten the waiting times on the borders, which also will affect the economic growth for the region. Why am I mentioning all that? Because all these changes, all this implementation of the different agendas that will transition, it lie ahead of our companies, which are formulated in these key documents, are tightly related to the human capital which should deliver these changes on field. That is why the reason behind our involvement in the whole process also lies in shaping the measures, the proposals in which we should direct education policies in the region so that we can support the system in these activities which will follow under the new growth plan. When we speak about the growth plan, within this structure, each of the 6 Western Balkans economies is in the process of finalizing reform agendas. These key documents focus on 5 priority areas, and amongst them, all of the Western Balkans economies commit themselves to work or to focus activities in necessary reforms that should be undertaken and accomplished in the field of human capital development. In addition to that, the second pillar of the growth plan relates to the support or strengthening the inter-regional cooperation, which is based on the premise of establishment of the new action plan for the common regional market. Ourselves as the Western Balkans Chamber Investment Forum, through our thematic group on human capital development, have been actively involved also in the shaping of the new priorities of this key document for the regional economic cooperation. Amongst the proposals which have been stated by the region's businesses in this key document also relate to the need on reshaping and further advancement of the VET education systems within the region, a strengthening dual education in the VET institutions, but also broadening its scope in the higher education. This is closely related also what the Regional Challenge Fund is doing and delivering as results on field. This initiative, which has been established almost 4 years ago, stands as a very appropriate role model on how the transformation of our education system should go forward and how the region's businesses can contribute to building up qualified staff which can deliver the transformation that our economies are striving for. This is based on partnerships and synergies which support the close cooperation of the businesses and the educational institutions. This is the only way forward to tap to the maximum extent the opportunities that the new growth plan has to offer to the Western Balkans economy. With that, I would wrap up my address and wish you all a very successful discussion throughout the panels today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Ms. Steryova-Duszowska, for your input. And after our online keynote speaker, we will continue with being back in our working room. And I'd like to leave the floor to our first Secretary of the German Embassy to Albania, Mr. Martin Zikendra, for his keynote speech.
Deputy Minister Manjani, Minister Jaksic Stojanovic, Ambassador Huber, Ms. Muchostepa, Ms. Steryova-Duszkowska, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, partners, organizers, colleagues here in Tirana and online. It's a great honor to address you today at this pivotal conference dedicated to developing human capital in the Western Balkans for seamless integration into the EU single market. On behalf of the German Embassy, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for convening this significant gathering to discuss such a crucial issue for the future of this region. Great thanks also to the Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation for believing with us, with Switzerland, with Germany, with the Regional Challenge Fund in strengthening vocational education, and for the support of this whole process and this conference, of course. The Western Balkans 6, so Albania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia, stand at a critical juncture today. Always in close collaboration with the EU, Germany is dedicated to advancing the economic integration of the Western Balkans 6 into the EU single market. So Germany fully supports the EU's new growth plan for the Western Balkans, which encompasses a €6 billion reform and growth facility for the years 2024 to 2027. The facility aims to bolster socioeconomic reforms, infrastructure investments, and digital and green transitions. Germany collaborates closely with EU institutions to ensure that the Western Balkan countries receive the essential support to successfully implement all these reforms. As the Western Balkan 6 nations strive for deeper integration into the European Union, the development of human capital becomes paramount. It is the key to unlocking the region's potential and ensuring sustainable economic growth, social cohesion, and also political stability. Human capital, the collective skills, knowledge, and experience of the workforce, forms the bedrock of economic development and of the competitiveness. In the context of integrating into the EU single market, the value of a well-educated, skilled, and adaptable workforce cannot be overstated. It's the driving force behind innovation, behind productivity, and for the resilience in our increasingly interconnected and dynamic global economy. Germany, as a steadfast partner of the Western Balkans, is dedicated to supporting your efforts in this vital endeavor. We recognize the immense talent and potential present in this region. However, we also acknowledge the significant challenges. Here, also high youth unemployment, skill mismatches, and the need for educational reforms to meet the demands of the modern labor market. To tackle these challenges and cultivate robust human capital, we cannot overemphasize the importance of modernizing vocational education and training systems to ensure they provide relevant and high-quality skills. Germany's dual education system, which integrates classroom learning with hands-on work experience, has been highly successful. And it's not only Germany. Ambassador Huber emphasized how important this is for Switzerland as well. This is a real success model. We're enthusiastic about supporting similar initiatives in the Western Balkans, such as here with the Regional Challenge Fund. I've had the opportunity to visit several schools here in Albania, also thanks to Ambassador Huber, in part, that benefit from the Regional Challenge Fund. And I was delighted by their commitment to strengthening partnerships with businesses and to modernizing their programs. With 99 similar investments across the Western Balkans 6 and more to come in the next call, I'm confident that the RCF will significantly support workforce development and economic growth. This progress is achievable only by integrating digital skills and those skills necessary for the green transition. Germany is a strong advocate for combating climate change, promoting renewable energy, and protecting biodiversity. These efforts all align with the broader goals of the 2030 Agenda, with the Paris Agreement, and with the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans. As a key component of the Berlin process, the regional climate partnership between Germany and the Western Balkans aims to strengthen cooperation on climate action with a focus on sustainability, renewable energy, and environmental protection. At the 2023 Berlin Process Summit here in Tirana, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced that Germany would provide 1.5 billion euros by 2030 to support climate action and the use of renewable energy in the Western Balkans. This financial commitment underscores Germany's dedication to helping these countries tackle climate change and the transition to sustainable energy sources. And this year, we'll be celebrating 10 years of the Berlin Process, right where it started in Berlin. So it's kind of a special year also for us. Building human capital is not the task of a single entity, but it's a collective effort. It necessitates the collaboration of governments, of educational institutions, of the private sector, and also of international partners. And once again, Germany is dedicated to fostering these partnerships and to working closely with all stakeholders to achieve these shared goals we have. We also recognize the crucial importance of regional cooperation. It's by working together that the Western Balkans 6 can build a more integrated and competitive regional market, which is paving the way for a smoother and more efficient path towards EU integration. So in conclusion, investing in human capital is investing in the future. It's the most sustainable way to ensure that the Western Balkans are not only prepared to join the EU single market in time, but also to thrive within it. Germany stands with you on this journey. Ready to support, share, and collaborate in building a prosperous and inclusive future for all. So I look forward to fruitful discussions and to seeing concrete actions emerge also from this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ziegendrath, but thank you also to all our first part speakers and distinguished guests for all your input and the shown support to cooperate. As someone of you already said, without the cooperation of all the institutions and partners, there could not be as much as we can do. So before we continue with our panel discussion, I'd like to announce you for a short 5 to 10 minutes logistical break, but not going out. I would please you to stay in, and I'll give you a little task. Most probably you know who's sitting in your left and your right, so I'll challenge you with looking to your back. And in these 10 minutes while we prepare the stage, please talk to your neighbor. We need to talk more. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, I have a go that we can continue. Great, so thank you for coming back, and thank you for talking to your neighbor, even though outside this room, but you did talk to your neighbor. I like that. Thank you. Okay, as we said before, this panel is focused on vocational education and training systems of the Western Balkans as a driving force for the economic growth, reform priorities and challenges. And this panel is co-hosted by our Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation in Albania. Therefore, allow me to give the floor to Deputy Minister Olta Manjani, who will be moderating this panel with a guest on stage today.
Thank you, Irina. So hi again, everyone. It's really my pleasure to welcome you all to this important panel discussion on the role of vocational education and training in Western Balkans as a driving force for economic growth. In this discussion, actually, we will aim to highlight the reform priorities and the challenges that all the Western Balkan 6 countries actually face in implementing their reforms and setting their priorities in an ever dynamic and changing world. And of course, here we include the discussion about Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. Before introducing the panelists, I would actually like to set the stage a little bit for this discussion by highlighting some of the most important trends and, as I said, challenges that all of our countries actually share at a larger or a lesser degree, of course. These are especially important in the frame of all our countries' efforts to actually create a common regional market, which is also the first pillar of the new growth plan, that is the plan dedicated to the fast track, let's say, of European integration of all Western Balkan 6. The common regional market will actually facilitate the free movement of goods, of services, of capital, and people within the region, serving as a preparatory step for actually the eventual accession to the European Union and to the EU single market. A common regional market, however, is not exclusively defined by the freedom of movement. A common market, of course, requires common rules, meaning common regulations, common economic and social policies. And one of the key trends and challenges that our countries face, of course, it's clearly demographics. All the countries in this region face reduction of the number of births, faster aging of the population, and thank God also an increasing average age of pension, which is a good thing on one side because people are living longer, but on the other side, it puts pressure on the pension systems. And of course, the population aging, on the other hand, it indicates a growing share of the population that actually may not possess the necessary skills and the competencies that the labor market needs. And of course, this is also related not only to the demographics, but also to the fast pace of development of the technology and the whole dynamics, the fast dynamics of the world changing in terms of the climate changes, in terms of, as I said, technological developments, in terms of the dual green and digital transition and everything else that is happening at a very fast pace. And at the same time, a large elderly population, I want to get stuck a little bit here to the demographic element, is increasing the need for certain professions that actually didn't exist until yesterday, or certain professions where the demand to study in these particular fields has either been decreasing, or because of the very large labor mobility, we have had a reduction in numbers. And here I'm referring to the nurses and doctors who are in shortage, also, as I said, due to this migration trend to other developing countries. And of course, people of education of all levels migrating, they create significant skills shortages. And this is the common denominator, let's say, of all the Western Balkan 6. And here I would also like to mention other technical skills that are in shortage in these countries, which are construction, mechanical, engineering, electrical. So basically professions that also are much closely related to vocational education. And as I said, also the technological process and the climate changes are
creating demands for new competencies and new skills. And on the one hand, they are opening up new opportunities for the Western Balkan countries, but on the other hand, it's becoming ever more challenging. The need to actually invest in human capital development and invest in the new skills development. And on the other hand, we also had the COVID-19 pandemic with its global shift to teleworking and digitalized services that further accelerated the adoption of the new technologies. And this is a trend that is here to stay. It has remained since after the pandemics was over, as regional economies face the urgent need also for a green transition. The new skills, the new set of skills will of course be essential. And amidst these population dynamics and technological advancements, the Western Balkans, of course, are challenged to shift from low-skilled labor, low-skilled labor-intensive sector, as I mentioned also in my opening remarks, to high productivity growth and to sectors that have a higher value added in the economy. So this shift, of course, necessitates sustainable investments in high quality vocational education and training systems that, of course, encourage creativity, support innovation, and apply technology to the needs of the economy, the organizational structure, and the business models. When we think of vocational education, actually, we shouldn't only focus on the initial VET, but also on the continuous VET and the lifelong learning, which is something that is very closely related to VET education. We are lifelong learners, and I always mention this. I mean, being in the fourth decade of my life, I really feel old compared to the new generation in their 20s. Particularly where they use all these kinds of different apps, which at some point in time, I really feel incompetent. So it doesn't matter what is your education, whether you have a master's degree or a PhD degree, with the fast technological developments going on all the time, you need to be a fast learner and a learner throughout your life, because the technology develops really fast and you need to keep up the pace. So when I say we're all lifelong learners, I really mean it, and I gave my my personal example to attest to the fact that I also need to learn every day how to use the technology and how to be up to date with the technology and everything else. So in this context, I also want to say that the potential of refocusing on human capital development has never been so high. And in my opinion, the agenda of human capital development has never been so high in the priorities of any government. But right now, as I said, because of all the demographics and the technological changes, we are putting a lot of stress in the development of human capital. And of course, with the introduction of the artificial intelligence, this becomes even more important to train the workforce and skill the workforce to make use of technology and not let the technology make use of people and the human capital. So in this context, our panelists, our esteemed panelists here, they bring a wealth of experience and insights from diverse perspectives, and we have made sure to have them represent different institutions from different countries so that we get a broader perspective on every angle that has to do with vocational education and training. I'd like to start first with Clevis Huta, who is our General Director of the National Agency for Employment and Skills. And actually, I'd like to begin the discussion by the agency. Let me not forget to mention that is the agency in the implementation of all our VET policies and employment policies. So in Albania right now, we're facing rapidly increasing demand for skills, as I mentioned, particularly in certain sectors. I would mention hotel and tourism, which is also our fastest development sector as of currently speaking. In this context, the expectations on the VET systems actually are very high, and we both know it very well. So my question for Clevis would be, what is the approach of the agency that you represent as a key institution for the workforce development. So basically, in your view, what are some of the key interventions to address efficiently and effectively the growing demand for this workforce development? And of course, what are also the opportunities for the private sector to be part of the skills development and the workforce development, both in the short term and in the long run?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel with colleagues from the region. And I wanted to thank the German Corporation, SCC and KfW for this organization and the continuous support that gives us in the skills in employment and skills agenda. As it's now in every region in our region and in all the Europe, it's a fact that we have an increased demand for labor force and for qualified labor force. And even in Albania, we are experiencing this issue, and we have a dedicated strategy to tackle. However, through this increasement of demand from the economic growth that we have for labor force, the responsibility of the National Agency for Employment and Skills that I represent increases. But however, I have to mention, and I have to get back to some data, that the situation in Albania compared to the labor situation in Albania compared to Europe situation may be more optimistic, because if we see from a different angle the situation, the unemployment rate is higher, and this gives us space to work more and to integrate more unemployed labor force to respond to these increased needs, and we have some intervention for that. And also regarding to the vocational education, compared to EU, the rate of enrollment, the percentage is 50%, and in Albania is 18%. And this is, if we see also from a different angle, gives us possibility to increase the number and to support the demand that the economic sectors have for labor force. For all these issues, we coordinate, we operate through the national strategy for employment and skills, which was drafted and guided, administered by the Ministry of Economy, Innovation and Culture. And we drafted last year, we approved last year the strategy 2023-2030, which is very clear. And this strategy emphasizes 4 main pillars that are enhancing of employment opportunities, that involves creating more and better job opportunities, particularly for youth, women, and vulnerable groups. Also improving the education and training quality, so the vocational education training system. And this focuses on aligning the education and vocational training with market needs through several collaboration and labor market analysis. Also strengthening the labor market governance. This includes improving labor market institutions, such as our institution, but other institutions that operates on skills and employment development, and their capacities to implement policies, and also promoting inclusive growth. So this strategy has a dedicated pillar to ensure that economic growth fits all the section of society. The NICE role in this strategy is very clear on all the activities, and as a key institution on the workforce development, NICE is tasked to manage and to serve to solve these critical responsibilities that we have, such as managing the vocational and education training system and all the growth plan that we have for this institution and this sector. Also having the labor market analysis and improving the employment sector through our labor offices that are under our administration, and also strengthening the collaboration with the private sector to be part of the vocational schools and vocational training centers, but also a strong collaboration for the labor offices to create this ecosystem and make it work better. So on both aspects, we have to respond to this increased demand, especially in the hospitality and tourism. We have to work in both aspects, so to to strengthen our institution and to strengthen the vocational education training and the employment institutions. And there I will address several activities and interventions that we are having to serve this challenge that are we together with our partners, and this is a long time strategy. We have started to create the multifunctional centers that will increase the capacities and the quality capabilities of the vocational schools and vocational training center as one institution, as one provider, to provide more opportunities and more spaces for all the citizens to get trainings or even vocational education. And guided by the, so with the ministry guidance and directions, we are working on dual education. So this we have started this year on the drafting the implementation plan to make it happen in the next academic year with some curricula that are selected, and the deputy minister mentioned them. And I have a risk now on all the activities that I will say that we are delivering, because the deputy minister is in the panel and she is leading all the processes, and this is a joint effort. And I wanted to thank the deputy minister and the minister for all the vision that we have and all the support that we have on all these initiatives, because it's very crucial that we bypass our bureaucracies and to be more fast. And this without the support of the ministry, the clear vision to make the things happen, because these are major interventions that need time to get implemented. And we are lucky that some of the intervention that was mentioned to happen has started. So we are working on, it's very important to work on the curricula update. So we are in close collaboration with the private sector to have them part of our processes, so we get them their needs from the market, and we translate them through boards that we have set in our vocational schools and vocational training center to have updated the curricula that are aligned with their demand. Also, we are working very focused on reskilling and upskilling initiatives. So as it was said, the economy is changing very fast and the need for new skills is increasing rapidly. And we have seen during our analysis that, for example, before 10 years, there were 5,000 skills needed. Now we have 10,000 skills needed that are in the labor market. And this is measured through several surveys that we are conducting. And this gives us the task to deliver the reskilling strategy through our vocational training centers. And as I said, we have strengthened the public-private partnership through inviting all the private providers and all the businesses to be part of our board. We are working on modernizing the VET infrastructure. It's a priority of the government, the investment of vocational education schools. And lately we have drafted even 14 new infrastructure projects to be implemented to renew our premises, but not only, we are working also on increasing the salaries and the salaries of the vocational training and teachers' salaries in our system. This is through higher initiatives made from the government. Also, it's very important the digitalization of the VET system, and we have started lately to implement the learning systems. And I want to thank you here, even the support that the donors give on the digitalization of the processes of the learning that we do in our schools. We are working with all the students, but not only the students of the vocational systems, but we have started now. Started from the last year, we have strengthened the career counseling, starting from the 6th grade. So to make it happen, the guidance through vocational education or to a profession, in a collaboration with the Ministry of Education, to implement a new tool where we guide all the candidates, the children that will be enrolled in vocational education through an early age. And also the last one that I wanted to mention is the lifelong learning process, then the continuous development of the professional capacities that is important nowadays, and more and more we are strengthening our vocational training centers. Even we are collaborating with the private providers of trainings to even to subsidize them, so to make a full package to give the opportunities to every citizen, to every adult or youth that want to transform, or what they want to upskill or reskill or have another profession, to be part of this training. Regarding it's very important that regarding the strengthening of our institution, we have to work also with the private sector, and we have some initiatives that are ongoing, and we believe that these are very important to increase, to fulfill the demand that they have for employees. And we are working with all the businesses and all the chambers to implement the apprenticeship model. And this year we will start the next, so in September, we will start with the apprenticeship model in the 3 curricula that the Deputy Minister mentioned before: the hospitality tourism, the automotive, and the IT, and even the electric and the energy section. So the businesses will be more an active part of training of the workforce. Also, we have set up, as I said, the advisory board, the school board, where they are active, and they are head of our boards, the schools and vocational training boards. And what is very important, and this is a new initiative that we have set up, and we are considering, we will have a first draft very soon, is the National Training Fund, where we will standardize the process of, we will regulate the process of continuous learning, even within companies, because we believe that, and this is, it's not a belief, it's true, that the government cannot be the only provider of the skills and the increase of development on skills, continuous professional development, but the companies should establish the training. The big companies first should establish the training as part of their company. So it will be a process that should be established there, and through the National Training Fund, this will be regulated. So there are a lot of processes going on, and we believe that collaboration between our institution, building stronger bridges for communicating and having more and more instruments that make them sit together, will make us more safe to narrow this gap between the labor market need and the supply, so the offer and the supply. And we think that this will be the challenge of the century, the workforce shortage, but there is always room for improvement, and through the vision of the strategy and these new initiatives, through the support that we have from donors, also with the growth plan now, with the budget support, with the youth guarantee that we are going to fully implement in the end of this year, of beginning of next year, we will have a safe pathway through the employment and skills agenda. So thank you.
Thank you, Clevis, for this insightful approach to everything that we're doing together. And thank you for the great work that also the agency is doing in implementing all the vision of the ministry in terms of vocational education and the strong relation that it has with the developments in the labor market. And I would say that the highlight of everything that you said was the involvement and the collaboration with the private sector, which is something very crucial at the moment when we're facing high labor shortages. And as you said, the government cannot do everything by itself. So basically, the private sector is and has to be our strongest ally, both in terms of the delivery of that, but also from its initial stages, such as establishing the curriculums and everything else. I have the pleasure actually to introduce our next panelist, and it is very much related to the involvement of the private sector in vet education, because Mirjana Kovacevic, she is the director of Business Academy and the head of education, dual education and educational policy center at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia. And we're very happy to actually have her in our panel today, because one of the key challenges that is also at the core of the Regional Talent Fund is the engagement of the private sector in skills development. So in Serbia, you rely on a very structured collaboration, let's say, between the public authorities, between the education and training institutions, and the private sector. And especially thanks to the strong role that the Chamber of Commerce actually has in Serbia, and the role that it is playing in the dual education. I know that you have already adopted the law and implemented the law on dual education. And of course, since Albania is at this very interesting point of piloting the dual system, it would be of very high interest for us, but also other countries who have not implemented it, to know more about what makes this collaboration actually work, and what are the success factors and challenges behind all this collaboration. And from your perspective as a representative of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Serbia, what are some of the key takeaways for the other countries in this respect?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference, and it is really a great pleasure to take part in this panel with respected colleagues. So considering your question, I would like to say at the first that for companies to have skilled and qualified labor force, it is matter of survival or very competitive markets today. And of course, it is precondition for their growth and development. And for us, for Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is then to provide them, to support them in this field. This is priority. This is key task, having in mind the fact that we have obligatory membership. All business entities that operate in Serbia, directly or indirectly, are members of Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we are very much active in this field, trying to support business sector in skill development, and we are doing that in two tracks. The first track relates to supporting companies with different training programs. For example, we offer specialist trainings, courses, workshops for employees in all positions, in various fields of business, in economy, and also public sector, with aim to make them, to give them possibility to acquire, to extend the knowledge and to acquire new skills and be better in daily performance of tasks and works. Also, we are active in providing business sector with licensed trainings. It means that we give them possibility, not to business sector, but to individuals to upgrade, to innovate knowledge and especially skills, and to acquire new competencies, which is relevant for their individual and professional development, and of course for employment. How important this issue is for us, it is confirmed by this fact that we do this activity within chamber, within special organizational units, but also we as a chamber established a daughter company, Business Academy, trying to provide more and more trainings and courses on different levels with different aims to business sector. But I think that for all of us, maybe as a Serbia, as companies, as a society, the most prominent role of Serbian Chamber of Commerce and Industry is in implementation of dual vet, in supporting companies, business sector to be active in dual vet. Initiative for development, this model of VET came from business sector. They not pressed us, but they told us that they expected us to support them at the first in development of regulatory framework, and we did it together with other stakeholders, relevant ministries and different state bodies and institutions. In 2017, we adopted law on dual VAT. But since we have very strong collaborations and also we are trying to hear what business sector are telling us, they asked 2 times in the meantime to change, to adjust this law, and we did it 2 times. We adjusted this law, trying to make easier for companies to participate in dual VAT. We are now preparing for the 3rd change of the law, dual VAT. So this is very intensive process. Yes, from 2017 so far, 3rd change of the law on dual VAT. Maybe it seems too much, but it is, believe me, very needed and necessary for companies. So this time we would like, according to companies' needs, at the first to increase percentage, to increase work-based learning percentage of total curriculum, to allow students to spend more days per week within companies. For example, to have students within companies in the 1st grade of education 2 days per week, in the 2nd grade 3 days, in the 3rd grade 4 days per week, to allow them to be within companies. This will request additional changes in other laws and regulations. It will be it won't be easy, but we will do our best to do that changes. And of course, we have strong support from different donors in this activity. What is also important, we would like with these changes, with the 3rd change of the law, to give more strength to the business sector to participate in development of in-company training. We saw so far that it is very important for business sector to be in position to own that in-company training. So it is important for them to have strong role in development of that part of curriculum, in-company training. And also we would like to have more intensive professional orientation with more how to say it, with stronger role of business sector in that professional orientation, especially in elementary schools. That is very important for us. I will explain later why. I would like also to share with you the fact that business sector not only to provide work-based learning places, but they participate very actively in development of enrollment policy. Every year, when we plan enrollment policy for enrollment at secondary level of education, we do that in consultation with business sector, with National Employment Service, with schools for VET, local municipalities and other relevant stakeholders. It means that based on these inputs that we get from business sector, we can plan how many places for work-based learning we will have for students, how many of them we can provide with this possibility to learn through work, but also we can get information about how these safety measures, safety at work, influence on some other training programs. For sure, there are training programs that can't be offered on dual VAT basis, but be implemented only on school-based learning. Also, this information that are coming from business sector are relevant for planning adult education, because in that case, business sector tell us, okay, we need workers for these professions, but it is not good if we educate, it is not allowed to educate youngsters, but we need workers, so we need to develop different training programs for adult education. I would also like to share with you that our business sector, our companies, representatives, they participate in sector skill councils. According to the law on national qualification framework, we established sector skill councils, and our companies, representatives of companies, they can influence on development of new qualification, they can for example, tell that some qualifications are obsolete, that we can abolish them, and of course that there are some qualifications that we for sure can innovate. What is also important for us is the fact that this process is still evolving. There are so many things that we should do in the following period. So I would like just to emphasize a few challenges. The first, when we are speaking about implementation of dual VAT, we were facing with a huge interest from small and micro-sized company side. They showed interest to participate. Even there are so many situations where they can't fulfill requirements established by the law. So this is a huge challenge and task for us to allow them, to make them capable and to make them possible to implement dual VAT. Also, I would like to emphasize the fact that there are some challenges with youngsters. For example, not all of youngsters are interested to work after finishing the secondary education. Even our business sector is mostly looking for workers with secondary education level of secondary education level. Also, not all of youngsters are interested in work in general, and also there are some professions, certain professions, youngsters are not interested for these professions. So this is a challenge, I think, for all of us, especially if we have in mind the fact that you mentioned in introductory words that we are facing with this lack of labor force, population aging, and similar migration and similar issues. And of course, I would also like to stress the fact that if we are talking about this population aging, very difficult. It is not easy also to provide these people with relevant needed skills and development. It is not always easy to keep them with the latest technological solutions, and this is also a challenge for all of us to keep them in this contingent of labor force. So this is just for the beginning. I expect we will have another issues, and I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your very detailed analysis on the implementation of the dual system in your country. Actually, being a leader of implementing the dual system in the region, of course, has its benefits, but also its pitfalls. So first, we can learn from your experience, from your successes, but also from your mistakes or your failures. And the fact that you mentioned that you have been revisiting the law on dual system 3 times within a period of 7 years, it means that it is a challenging process indeed. So there are lessons that we can learn from that. I'm happy that you also mentioned the sectoral skills councils. We have also set in Albania 2 of them in 2 important sectors, such as the ICT and the hospitality sector, and we're in the process of establishing the 3rd one. And it is very important to continue the discussion with our next panelist in this context, who is Ms. Jelena Bojovic. She is from the Department of International Cooperation and Projects, Center for Vocational Education, VET Center in Montenegro. And I know that in your country, in the recent years, you have also had these continuous discussions and efforts to improve the collaboration between the industry and the VET system through curricular reforms, which is very important. Also related to the role of the sectoral skills committees that they have in providing feedback from the sector in terms of the skills needed and in terms of upgrading and actually updating the curricula to respond to the needs of the market. You've also had a focus on strengthening the quality assurance in that digitalization and development, that from the perspective of lifelong learning, which we said is very important nowadays. So all these aspects are really crucial to our discussion on the role of that in promoting human capital development and economic growth, of course, consequently. So what are some of the results that you have achieved so far in this regard? And what are some of the lessons that you have learned along this process? And I'm sure there are always lessons learned.
Yes, thank you, Olta. When I hear experience of Albania and Serbia, I would like to say that Montenegro is a small country and she takes small steps in wet campaigns but safe steps. Over the past 7 years, leading institution that create education policy in Montenegro have done a lot of work on improving modular teaching, so through various projects. The teams working on these new curricula included teachers and experts, but the most important for us was the contribution from the private sector and their employers. Their contribution helped us to create the system that effectively prepares young people for the labor market. This reform was supported by numerous projects from the IPA Fund, and two of the major projects were modernization of education programs and teacher training, supported by British Council, and creating education programs in accordance with the needs of the labor market, funded by European Union, with the professional help of our ministry and the Center for Vocational Education. Project was realized with the Institute for Education, the Chamber of Commerce, the Union of Employers, and the Employment Agency and other organizations. By the end of 23, we have 75 model education programs in 45 secondary vocation schools. And what did that reform achieve? Practical teaching is now common in vocation education and employees, and out of 3,830 students of the third level of education during the 2023 and 2024 academic year, there are about 460 students in dual education at 140 employees. And when we compare that, about 410 students previous year. Employees retain about a little less than 40% of these students after graduation. Financial scholarship that Ministry of Education, Science and Innovation are one of the several reasons why the students choose to 3-year professional programs. And the result of that is that these programs are increased in 2022 and 2023 school year. 70% of students were in 3-year programs, more than in 4-year programs. And compare this to the current school year, that number is 22%. The medium-term work program of the government of Montenegro is focused on supporting excellent students, lifelong learning, and reducing early school leaving and digitalization of education system. Our organization have a key role to achieving these goals by modernizing programs, ensuring quality and shaping vocational education policy. And when we connect these goals with the current challenges, It's essential to create an education system that meets both of needs of students and demands of labor markets. Although those results are promising, but we are aware of that we still much have to done to improve education. Ongoing research and analysis of the modular teaching method with a focus on teachers, students, parents, and private sector satisfaction is almost complete. And the working group of the Vocational Education Center will conduct a questionnaire by the end of the June, and following by the focus group that will be done by end of September. And now in October of this year, we are going to have a much clear picture of everything what is done with the whole reform in Montenegro, and what are the further needs to improve our education.
Thank you so much, Jelena, for your contribution to the discussion. It was really important also to learn a bit more about the experience of Montenegro. And we have emphasized several times in this panel the importance of the collaboration between education and training system and the industry, the private sector, I mean, and how we can optimize this relationship. So actually, I'm very happy to introduce in this context our next esteemed panelist. She is Mevlana Zulfichari, and she is the head of Quality Assurance Development Cooperation at the Adult Education Center in North Macedonia. And I know that the key benchmark for the success for any collaboration between the VET and private sector is indeed the quality of the training, the work-based learning, the cooperative training, and the dual education. So in your country, what are some quality assurance mechanisms that you have actually established with regards to the work-based learning or the cooperative training? And how do these mechanisms actually contribute to increase the quality of the training? What are some of the challenges that you have been facing? And we already saw from all the other countries that actually these processes are indeed challenging. In terms of the seen from the perspective of the readiness of the companies to comply with such mechanisms, we're very eager to know, because as we said, Albania is also in the process of piloting the dual system, and one of the aspects that we have noticed, and which is very important to highlight here, is whether the companies are ready or not to actually get engaged in this whole process. Sometimes they say, yes, we're very eager to have workers, to train them because we're having labor shortages. But when it comes to explain to them what they're in for in this whole process and what will be their costs and what will be their engagement in the process, then sometimes they take a step back and it seems like they're not really ready for it. So we'd really appreciate your experience and your opinion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here. So first, before I answer your question, I will tell a short introduction of my institution. So I'm representative of the Adult Education Center, North Macedonia. It's an institution that is established by the government of North Macedonia since 2009. The main objective and role of our institution is verification of programs for non-formal learning for adults, otherwise also, and education and lifelong learning. As I said, our center, we verify programs for adults for non-formal education, and we verify two types of programs that lead to gain qualification of part of qualification, and program that leads to gain knowledge, competencies, and skills. The duration of the verification is in 3 years. After that, the provider can do again the procedure. About the duration of the trainings, the most of the providers do the training in a duration of 3 months. but we have also some of the providers that do the training in 6 or in a year. It depends on the program. It is also good to mention here our collaboration with employment agency, because the government, our government, do the operational plan for a measure, and we are part of the working group, the measure demand in the labor market. So our providers that are verified from our side are part, do the training for unemployed people that are active seekers, job seekers, registered in the employment agency. Also, we have a project since 2010 about the completion of secondary education. Also, is a project financed by the government. Every adult people that hasn't not completed the secondary education, they can do it, and the project is realized now in some municipalities and cities by according to the request that is made by the municipality or the city. About the quality assurance, our programs are modular programs. In the whole process, so we attending to do the quality in all the procedures. Programs are modular. They have the learning outcomes and exact criteria for access. Also, I forgot to mention that verification of program do the Adult Education Center, but we are in close cooperation with the Ministry of Education and Science in the part of verification of institution, because the process starts through us to the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Education makes the commission a part of it. So of course, we are part of the commission, and we see. So the commission sees does the private provider has all the needs for realizing the training. Also, a part of the qualification is our model program. So we have, as a center, we have one unified program. Then the private provider attending the program. The program should be in model, as I said. They should have the teaching method, the teaching staff, and the condition where will be the training. Of course, that we had in past years, because this process is still going from 2012. We have some from the private sector, because 90% of the providers are private providers that are verified for trainers, for training providers. They had, in the beginning, they had some problems about the documentation and the procedures, because, you know, they are private sector and they want everything to be finished fast, but we should have some procedures to be the training quality and to be known from the labor market and from the society. Other side is that our programs in the adult education, we don't have dual education, but our programs are divided in two parts. 30% of the program is theoretical part and 70% is practical part, which means that the adults, when it gain training, they will have the opportunity to just no, because we think that the adults know something about the training that are going, and the 70% of the program is practical. The most of the practice it's done by the provider by itself, because they are private sector and they have all the condition about specific professional program. Also, what are our challenges? We are now in a process of adopting a new law, and in the main law, the most challenging part is validation process, because in Macedonia we don't have the validation process of prior learning. As a recommendation of the European Union 2018, all the members of you and the candidates should have the validation process. We started all the activities related with the validation process, and the law is complete and it's in the parliament, and we are waiting for the adoption. For the validation, why is validation important for our country? Because we have adult people that work in their real life and they don't have any documentation, certification to prove their knowledge, skills, and competencies. Through the validation system, we think that it will help to the economy to be more competitive. It will help to the people to be part of the system, to feel motivated, and also in the education system, it will help to the education system, teaching in staff and the time and so on. Also, our institution is the digitalization. We are now in a project that in 2025, we will have all the procedure about the verification digitalized. So I hope that we will have more quality on the procedure and shorter way of verification of the programs and institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your insights and the experience that you brought from North Macedonia. I'm very happy that lastly you mentioned the recognition of prior learning. It's something that also Albania is embarking on. And as you rightfully said, it is a way to motivate people, but I would also add, we do not have the luxury anymore to leave anyone outside the labor force. So the more we get, the merrier. So we need to make sure that everyone actually contributes and becomes active and part of the labor force.
Yes, it's of course, I agree with you. In our state, in our country, we have very much a number of people that doesn't have primary education. So they don't have any diploma and they are nowhere in the system. So with the validation system, we are attending to all the older people that don't have any documentation. They
have some skills and they can be useful in the labor force.
In the employment agency, they can not have driver license. So we are attending with the validation system to do the validation system, to have some diploma and the people to be part of the system.
And on that note, I would like to invite our panelists, if they wish, of course, to make a final statement or remarks. I would only give them 1 or 2 minutes, given that we started the panel really late. So please feel free who wants to actually contribute to this final wrap-up of the discussion. Anything that you'd want to add, anything that is important in terms of the challenges and then the priorities that you face in implementing all these reforms. So please, Ms. Kovacevic, if you want to add something.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Based on all presentations and speeches that we heard, I think that I can say that it seems that is of crucial importance for economic development, and there shouldn't be that without cooperation with business sector, and also because it happens. Also, I would like maybe to stress that it is important to include artificial intelligence and virtual reality in that pedagogy as soon as it is possible. In that context, to provide to learners future professional skills, and also maybe to start to think about preparation the next generation of teachers. We saw this as a challenge in Serbia. And also what is important for us, it is to integrate mobility component and flexibility. It seems to have a quicker reaction on changes in economy. So we all know that it seems that it is in constantly in some ongoing process, evolving process, but it seems sometimes these changes must be faster. So this will be just a few remarks from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clevis, the floor is yours if you want to add something.
Short, because when I was reading it, the name, the quotes of building skills and transforming businesses, it recalled me a book that I have read several years before when I joined government, that it was that we have to build a system that the citizens benefit and the businesses, taxpayers do not go crazy. And so now we are in a situation that on our behalf, on behalf of government, we have to create a system that the citizens, to build a system that the citizens, all the adults, youth, get the right skills and have the opportunities to build, to get new skills, to reskill, upskill, and so the businesses so we can help the businesses to transform and to help them on the situation that they are somehow going crazy and expressing in every meeting, in every discussion that we have, that they have an increased demand for workforce and qualified workforce. So this is what I wanted to mention.
Well, we are currently in our country working on creation of new strategy, and the focus is making a clear need between private sector needs of private sector and vocational school. We think that problem is lack of interest of companies, and we need to look for a new approach to investments in education that focus on the connection between education and ESG, stands for environment, social, and government.
I think that we should raise the awareness for the lifelong learning and for all the people, because in our country, not everybody wants to go in training and to be trained and to be qualified. They think that they have finished some education and that's it. So we are now doing our new strategy for adult education, and the main goal of the strategy is raise the awareness for adult education. Also, I think that the private sector should be raise the awareness also at the private sector, because they are the institution that can contribute to get qualified people. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for everything that you contributed in this panel. It's really nice that we talked about the most important issues that we actually face in terms of vet education and labor markets. I'd like to bring here some part of the speech of Ursula von der Leyen when she addressed the State of the Union in 2023, when she said that instead of millions of people looking for jobs, there are millions of jobs looking for people. So I think nothing better than this statement sums up really the state of the affairs right now in the labor market, which is the labor shortages that comes from several factors that we already analyzed: demographics, fast developments of the technology, climate changes, digital and green transition. So basically, the message here should be clear. We're facing a big situation in terms of the labor shortages, and I think the vet education, and everyone asks me this question, why is vet so important? And I say, because it is the fastest answer to the labor shortages. It is a fast track to the labor market, either through initial vet or through continuous vet. And I'm happy that we touched upon some of the very important topics today with regards to further development of vet education, which is the collaboration with the private sector, the quality assurance and quality guarantee, the lifelong learning experience, the recognition of prior learning, and all the other aspects that are related to the development of the vocational education and training. I don't want to take more of your time in this regard. I really enjoyed moderating this panel, and I think it was very nice that we had experiences from all the regional countries. I think we gave some clear messages to policymakers, to the beneficiaries of that system, to the private sector, and of course to our donors, who we are very thankful for all the support that they give us through these transition processes in order to have a smooth transition, but also make sure that we actually have better matching of the supply and demand in the labor market, and the very important role that the vet education has in that, and of course, how everything contributes to further economic development. So thank you once again, and it was a pleasure. We have a break planned right now. Okay, so we have our esteemed presenter that is going to announce everything. Thank you
very much. First of all, a great applause. Well deserved. Thank you so much for all the insightful discussions. For sure, we will have things to think on a bit more further. And said that, I have two newses for you. One is good, one is challenging. The good one, it's coffee break time. The challenging one is you help us come back here in this room at 12 sharp. And as a cliche says, time is relative, not always. So please leave your headphones in your chairs while you go out. Keep on thinking and discussing a bit more. Maybe use the time also for our guest panelists if you have questions for them. But let's return back at 12 so we can resume with the next panel and not delay our lunch. Enjoy. Welcome back. Can we slightly take our chairs so we can start? Thank you. Okay, let's continue. I have more newses. Some of you almost lost my challenge of 12, but okay. I mean, we have to continue. Okay, we're ready to set with a second panel for today, where we will talk a bit more on the topic of organized business sector initiatives for enhancing workforce development in the Western Balkans. Our moderator for this panel is the estimated Mr. Balša Čulafić, sitting nearby me. And the guests who are with us on stage, but we also have guests online for this session. And I'd like to also welcome the participants on Zoom who are following us. I cannot keep them duty on the time. I don't see if they're there or not, but they are, right? So Mr. Čulafić is the coordinator for cooperation with the International Chambers Association in the Chamber of Commerce of Montenegro, the national CIF coordinator, and also RCF program coordinator. As a member of the RCF Oversight Board, Mr. Čulafić has a role in managing the projects alongside the other partners, and we use the opportunity to express our gratitude for the great cooperation and also for apparently technicians think I talked a bit too much. They cut me out, right? Guys, I will take this personal right after I leave the floor to your panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel named Organized Business Sector Initiatives for Enhancing Workforce Development in the Western Balkans. On behalf of the Managing Board of the Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum and the Regional Challenge Fund, I would like to express my gratitude for your presence at the RCF Annual Regional Conference, especially at this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing that the Western Balkans face significant skill gaps and mismatches between what educational institutions provide and what the labor market needs. In our previous panels, we heard policymakers from the educational side and their perspective on addressing this important challenge. Organized business sector initiatives, mainly chambers of commerce and chamber association like WB6 CIFI, can significantly contribute to enhancing workforce development in the Western Balkans by addressing key challenges and leveraging opportunities unique to the region. One of the opportunities lies in introducing dual or work-based learning as a form of cooperative training. At the end, companies benefit from their engagement in a dual or work-based learning WET. Yet, especially when entering dual WET for the first time, companies face a bundle of challenges, especially micro and small and medium-sized enterprises. Today, I have pleasure of discussing with my dear colleagues and friends some of the challenges that they faced, as well as the solutions they implemented to overcome them. Now, let me introduce our first panelist for today, Ms. Lidia Matias. Lidia is a senior advisor for educational development in Department for Dual Education and Educational Policy in Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia. With her colleagues, she is in charge of implementation of the law of dual education, promoting of dual education, and animating employers to get involved in dual education, what is very interesting. She has experience as a member of different working groups in the field of vocational education, and she's also a member of the Council for National Qualification Framework of Serbia. Lidia, it's my great pleasure to have you here today. Having in mind that Serbia is a country with a lot of experience in implementing dual model of education, could you tell us more about enrollment policy in Serbia? How does it function? What role do you, as a chamber, have in this process? And based on the fact that we are living and working in a very dynamic environment and that digitalization become a part of our lives, is this process already digitalized in some aspect? And if it is, how? Can you explain it for us, please?
Thank you, Balša. First of all, hello to everyone from my side. It is my great pleasure to be a part of the annual conference of the Regional Challenge Fund. I hope that we will use this day for exchanging of experience and examples of good practices among the region. As we already heard during last panel discussion, dual education in Serbia is regulated by the law on dual education. So by that law, the role of the CCIS is very big and very strong. Speaking about the enrollment policy, we are also very active and we have very significant role in this respect. So each year from September to December, we are dealing with the activities of the enrollment policy. That means that we are collecting the economy's needs for workforce and actually how we are doing that. For that purpose and for the purposes that are prescribed by obligations that are prescribed by the law, we tried to make it easier for the companies, but also make it easier for us. And we developed a web portal of dual education. So from September to December of each year, we are dealing with the activities of promotion and animation of the companies to get involved in dual education. So if a company wants to be a part of dual education in Serbia, it can do it by 3 very easy steps on the web portal. So the first step is creating a profile of the company on the web portal. In that part, they are giving us basic information about the company, such as company's name, address, size of the company, the information about a responsible person and contact person. Second step on the web portal is submitting request for accreditation. As we all know, if a company wants to be in dual education in Serbia, it should be accredited. So by that request, they are giving us the information
information about educational profile for which they have need, and they are also giving us information about the locations on which students will be during their work-based learning. And last but not least is the third step. It is submitting a request of actually a letter of readiness to implement dual education for the next school year. Actually, I would say that it is the most important part of the enrollment policy and of our web portal, because in that part, companies are giving to us the information about educational profiles for which they have need, and about the number of students, actually number of places for work-based learning that they can provide for the next school year. And based on that information, we as a chamber are obliged to make a plan of the economy's needs and to deliver it to the Ministry of Education and Government's Office for Dual Education and National Qualification Framework. That plan of the needs of the economy is matching with a plan that schools also made for the next school year, and the whole process actually ends up with the publishing of a document which is called Concourse for the Enrollment of Students in Next School Year. And in that document you can find all relevant informations for the next school year. So for each school all over Serbia, which educational profiles it will offer for the students for the next school year, and which profiles will be realized as dual profiles, and how many places for students they are offering. Of course, in parallel, we are doing the accreditation process and instructors training, and once when students are enrolled, companies have to sign contracts with schools, and then we are dealing with the procedure of placement of students. And once when students are actually placed in the companies and companies signed contracts with them, work-based learning can start. But this is something that usually happens during September or at the beginning of the October. So at the beginning of my story, I said that each year from September we are starting with the activities of enrollment policy. So I would say that this process never ends up, because once we finish for the next school year, we have to start planning and collecting needs for another school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. I have some connected questions, but I will leave it on the second round of the questions. Our next panelist is Mr. Besim Mustafa, PhD, Director of the Department for International Cooperation in Kosovo, and also person in charge of the Regional Balkan Center for Training and Certification, CIF-WB6. Dear Besim, my friend, it's a great pleasure to have you here as well. Based on your initiative and the concept note, the Managing Board WB6 CIF has approved the idea of establishing the Regional Balkan Center for Training and Certification. Can you elaborate on the primary objectives and the vision of the WB6 CIF Regional Training and Certification Center, and how do you see the center contributing to the economic and social advancement of the Western Balkans?
Thanks a lot. It's an honor. Thanks, Valsa. Thanks, dear all. It's an honor to be here. We are discussing since many years common challenges, common needs, common challenges, and there is idea to have common prosperity and integration. And last year, board management of CIF decided to say something on, let's have something common approach to solve the problem. And the common approach, it was idea to have it a Regional Balkan Center for Training and Certification. It was so many times said that one of the challenges that we have to face is workforce. And how to solve this problem on common based. Not everybody is working something. Any institution, ministries of education and chambers, we are doing something. As Lydia already said, we are already following the same procedures, processes, and so on and so on. So everybody has something on it. So the idea of Chamber Investment Forum was, let's do something together for the needs of the companies, and let's tackle on a regional base and a common approach. Maybe in the beginning, it's just to have it 1 or 2 or 3 sectors, so that we can support the companies to have it better management within the companies, to have better experienced people in the company in 2 directions, for their internal and better management of the companies, but also to be a good partner of the international companies for investment in certain countries in Balkan or in all region. And that was the idea. Of course, there is just the beginning. There is a lot to be done from our side, but also from other institutions that were here. Everybody is saying that there is a need and readiness to support the process. Let's see. We will discuss it. We'll have some more question on this, and how do we want to approach it at CIF, and also as a regional challenge fund to support as a KfW in supporting this idea, and at the end to have something concrete, a special approach to this. Thanks.
Can you just tell us where do we currently stand with the process, and what are our next steps to make this center operational?
In the moment, we are in the process to start the feasibility study on what is needed and what are steps to be done from certain institution, and what kind of needs are in certain economies, countries. The idea is to have 3-4 sectors and to support based on the needs of certain companies on certain sectors, so that we give us example how to do it and how to approach, again, how to approach on common based. And while there are several needs of the companies.
Thank you very much, Basim. Let me introduce our next panelist, my dear colleague, Mr. Mladen Perezic, Director of Education and Quality Department in Chamber of Economy of Montenegro. Mladen Perezic, PhD of Economic Sciences. He has been the Director of the Department for Education and Quality at the Chamber of Commerce of Montenegro since 2003, and a lecturer associate professor at the Mediterranean University in Podgorica in 2012. He is continuously engaged in leading educational activities and coordinating the role of the economy in the process of reforming the national education system of Montenegro, drafting legal and bylaws in this area, implementing business education, international cooperation of the economy in the field of education development, implementation of new trends in human resource management, and etc. So, Mladen, I would say that you're in the right place today in this panel. Mladen, how did dual education begin its implementation in Montenegro, and what methods of learning through work exist in the educational system of Montenegro?
Thank you, Balša. It's my pleasure to be part of this event and of this panel, especially because I have opportunity to meet with my friends and my colleagues from other economies in the region, and to have opportunity to listen their experience and about their current activities in the field of education. When we are talking about dual system of education in Montenegro, we have deep roots of this process, because in a previous period, when we were in common state, we have education in economy. Later on, based in our law 2000, we initiate to the Ministry of Education to create pilot project to introduce a dual system of education in Montenegro. We started 2004 and implemented that for 2 occupations in 3 cities. That pilot project was quite successful, but we noticed that we have some challenges in performing that. For example, in that period, we copied the German law about dual system of education, and the economy of Montenegro and Germany, it's not the same, and it's not functioning like in Germany. And then noticed that we have to change something. And 2017, we changed our law made it flexible, much more flexible than in previous period, and started to implement the dual system of education in Montenegro. The results are very well. Business community adopted that. We have a lot of children that participated in that process, and also states support this process very well, because they are paying scholarship for the students for the first 2 years, and the employer are paying for the third year. And in that sense, now we have much more business people that are applying to be part of this project than we have opportunity from the schools that the children want to be part of this. And in that sense, we have now to see how to also change our law in sense to adapt, because our dual system of education is implemented only on the third level of the national qualification framework, not on the fourth. And now we will implement on the higher education, and then we will have that gap. We have challenges for this, but it's a good experience how to develop and the trend, to follow trends in European Union.
Mladen, what is our Chamber of Economy of Montenegro doing to support the development of the dual education?
We are social partner to the Ministry of Education. As I said in the beginning, we initiate this process, but also we are promoting dual system education between the business community. In that sense, we have this enrichment and the larger number of the business community that are applying to be part of this. On each event, we have a guest from the Center for Vocational Education that they are explaining how to apply and how to be part of this process. Also, the employees from the Chamber of Economy, from the sector for the education, are part of the commission that they are visiting companies. Do they fulfill conditions to be part of this process? Center for Vocational Education, according to law, are obliged to form commission, and the people from the Chamber of Economy are visiting that companies to see are they fulfilling that conditions. Also, we are doing different research analyses and the surveys between the business community about their needs and also about their experience in this process. And 1 year ago, we realized one big survey, more than 50%, how the business community are satisfied with this process. And we are very, very surprised that they are really, really very satisfied, and they are employed more than 50% of the children that they are participating in this process. Also, we are promoting in our website, in our monthly magazine, the Glasnik on Chamber, social networks, also visiting companies and the schools, and resolving some issues is there between the business community and the schools and the coordinator for the dual system of education in schools, because we have that place in systematization in schools, and the social partners of the ministry that they can call us in each moment if they have some issue concerning this.
Thank you very much, Mladen. I know that you and your team working hard in order to support the development of dual education. That's why I had that question just to share with the audience. Thank you. And now finally, I would say finally, we have a panelist coming from the private sector. It's our pleasure to have here Mr. Trace Karol from a Marquardt company on this panel. Marquardt is a German company, one of the world leading experts in mechatronics. It's a global family company with more than 10,000 employees worldwide in 21 locations and on 4 continents. Most of the products are connected with automotive industry, smart buttons for appliance, HMI, I hope that I read it well, in houses and intelligent lighting system. Ms. Karol has been employed for 10 years in Marquardt company, 4 years as a maintenance engineer, and 6 years as a mentor for technical development of students. Additionally, he is a member of the Dual Education Committee and Examination Committee. Mr. Karol, welcome to this panel. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Can you tell us why did the Marquardt company decide to get involved in dual education, what are their previous experiences in working with students? That would be my first question, so you can add something if you wanted based on your experience.
Thank you, Mr. Balsha, for your introduction. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be part of this panel as panelist in this regional conference. What can we say as a market company? What we are starting this project to start with dual education, because the most of the companies struggle in the Europe and worldwide. We can see that it's a problem to find out a real people in real place, good educated, technically developed and with high knowledge person. That's why we are starting this program. Dual education system in Europe, it's long ago it started. Yeah, because we are a German company, that was for sure that we can start with this project. Yeah, and what can we see? From beginning, we have good experience and how to know how to learn from our colleagues from Germany, because we were there and learned from them. We was on first things that we would do, that we was on training there, and the most people, let me say 10 people of us, go there and learn how to train people here, students, apprentices, new students who are going in this system. Yeah, at the beginning, it was 6 or 7 years before when we started this program. Before was with the law officially in Macedonia. We start, and until now, I think we have around about 13 employees who go through this program. Yeah. For now, we have 70 students, 17 apprentices who are participating in this project. And additionally, we have theory and practice for the most of the students of technical schools near Veles. In Veles, there is technical school for mechanic and electrical technicians. Yeah, and at the beginning, we tried to start a program with mechanical technician. That was some kind of combination, tool maker and industry mechanic. These two occupation was, yeah, combined in this one. Yeah, and we start with this project. Afterwards, we start with additional occupation that was it was named technician for industry mechanic, because of the needs. Our company is the most involved in mechatronics fields. HMI, as you say before, it's a human-machine interface and oral appliance that we can use in home. We make that switches that it's connected with electronics and mechatronic system. Because of that, we developed this program at the beginning, and until now we are trying to get it and to use it.
Thank you, Mr. Karol. Just tell me, what is your experience right now when you look back and see that students started as trainees, as students, and now working for your company? Yes. What is your experience now? How do you see them? Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, I'm really satisfied, because 13 of these students now are our workers. Yeah, and our employees. Yeah, they finish with this program, with vocational education and dual educational program. And we are so satisfied because they finish, they go through final examination. I was one of the members of this board of examination to ensure the quality, how we provide this program to stay on the end of the day. Yeah, until now we're so satisfied to have the students and apprentices who
It's nice
finish with this project. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karol. Ladies and gentlemen, the donor committee for dual vocational education and training is a knowledge hub for expertise, experience, and trends in dual VET in development cooperation, funded by 4 countries: Germany, Switzerland, Austria, and Liechtenstein. This committee makes better use of the experience and expertise in the development cooperation around dual VET for many years. Recently, this organization developed guidelines how to implement dual VET, a guide for the organized business sectors. We believe that our audience can benefit from knowing that this resource exists actually, and what some crucial recommendations and best practices it brings. Hence, I invite Ms. Ingrid Pottenhickner, head of the Secretariat, to present key elements and lessons gathered from all around the world. Ms. Ingrid will join us online, and I would ask technicians to connect her this way. That's me. All right. Ingrid, can you hear us? Yeah, better you. And I will just take a step for what's happening. Is she online? Yeah. Give her just 1 more minute to connect her. Yeah. This is a presentation, so probably she's already here. Ms. Ingrid, can you hear us? Okay. Is she online? Can you tell us that? Yes, she is. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Yes, but if Ingrid, can you hear us once again? Yeah, this is hello, Ingrid. You are on mute. Or... Yes, you can hear us, but we can't hear you. Just a second, please. Right. Ingrid, is it okay now? Try to say something. No, still we can hear you. Yeah, I think that she's talking, but she can. Okay. So
Your microphone is.
your microphone is on, yeah? Yes, okay. Actually, now it's off. I think now it's on.
Let's try if it
Yes,
works now.
yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Ingrid.
Great. Good.
The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And sorry for the technical hiccups. I was following you already. Thanks for the invitation and this big opportunity to maybe present you a gift or something that could, a resource that could be useful for you. Since we lost already 1-2 minutes for the connection, I will jump immediately into the topic. The donor committee for dual vocational education and training, as you mentioned, funded by the 4 countries, let's say German-speaking countries, and we're very strong in dual VET and have a long tradition. And that's that we are the knowledge hub for the implementation. And we are very, very much aware that I think somebody of you mentioned it, Bessim, if I'm right, you said, okay, the German law doesn't fit for us, we have to adapt. And this is what we are working on. We are very much aware that our systems, and we are very convinced of the dual approach, has to be adapted. And we try to give or to help partners, organizations interested in the topic with technical expertise and resources. So that's why we decided to develop a guide for the organized business sector. You can see it here on the slide. I hope that you can see this slide. Can you see my slide? Maybe I can check back with you.
Actually, no.
Oh, this would be very important because there is a QR code how to access this guide, and you could follow immediately online.
I'll just check with the technique.
Thank you. But meanwhile, I can explain a little bit what it's about. So what we can see in all the projects all over the world trying to implement dual approaches, we have two directions from where to start. One is if we come from a more school-based system and try to implement a dual system, or we come from a very company-based training system and try to dualize it, we have different challenges and approaches. So I can see that you are not with the slide. At least we should find a way to show this slide, please, to the technicians. Because what we did, we were asked, okay, sometimes we see that the organized business sector, chambers, associations, etc., are very much involved in such implementation processes, and sometimes they get on board at a later stage. We think that it's a very good approach to have them on board representing the private sector, especially when we want to scale up. And this is what's happening in many, many countries in your region, in other regions of the world as well. If you want to upscale from pilot projects to really systematic approach. What we did is we asked many, many projects around the world. And I can see that now you cannot see me, but that's not that important. What is more important is this QR code here. You can scan it and then you have direct access to this guide. What we did, we asked many projects around the world. Okay, what do you think does the business sector have to do? What kind of tools and instruments do you need, and where do we find good practices and examples? So it's made for people who's coming from the organized business sector, coming from ministries, coming from companies, wherever, are interested in the role of the organized business sector. And what you can find, and I will jump with you immediately to the next slide. It is a very hands-on tool. It's very practical. It's not scientific. It's more about, okay, what should I do? Checklists, guidelines for project managers and representatives in the chambers. It's free. It contains a lot of references to best practices. We have several examples from Latin America, from Asia, from Africa as well. And as you already mentioned, in your countries, the approaches must be different because the context is different. This is the same if we talk on a global level. And what we want to do, and this is a first invitation to all of you, when you use it and you say, okay, I think there is a good experience that I have, or I have developed an excellent tool. We heard this example from Serbia with the platform, etc. So what we want to do is link the guide to different good practices, examples from all over the world. So please feel invited to share, and we will expand this guide over time. So there is an offline version as well, and this is what it looks like. We asked chambers and business associations and other stakeholders around the world, what does the organized business sector have to do in this dual implementation or dual systems implementation? And we thought, okay, they should manage fundamental requirements. First of all, we have to find a suitable business organization, then manage fundamental requirements, manage necessary administrative processes, promote the system to the companies, support companies in the selection, reach out to young people and their parents. They should be aware of gender equality, social inclusion, you name it. Clarify especially the role of the in-company trainer. So what you can see is this is really unique all over the world. So it's a compendium of experiences, and you please use it if it's helpful for you, and use it the way you want to. So the tool is open. You can just jump. The only, let's say, the only technical hiccup here is that you cannot click on those squares, but you have to use the navigation on the left-hand side column. And then you just use it. You can share it. You can pick the cherries, and it's accessible on our website for everybody. So if you see, okay, my ministry, my companies, my co-workers, or there's a new association that wants to join, they can just access free online whenever they want to. So if we manage to share again, I will guide you through the guide itself for just a second. Let's see if this one works. And I can see what's on your screen, so I can see that you have the guide there already. So this is what it looks like. It says, resume the course. And first you have this overview. You can always use it, and there you have the squares that I already mentioned, and you can decide, okay, where to go inside. We have some indications how to use the guide, and there is an introduction first, and I want to mention this one. So a little bit of theory, what the organized business sector could take over as a role. And we have already some examples and implementation guides for dual VET from several countries. We have guidelines, a selection of guidelines in English, in Spanish, and in French. And if available in your languages, please, we can upload this all the time. So you can navigate around. I just want to, maybe I show you this one. If you say, okay, we're interested in how to manage the fundamental requirements of dual VET, the guide has this always the same structure, saying, okay, what is the frequent situations that we face? You can interact with this figure here and start a short dialogue. And then what we see, for example, if organizations, chambers, business associations start, we face these challenges. So usually when it's new to the dual, there is not a traditional role, there are no role models. Usually staff is not very much familiar with it, and organizations tend to underestimate the effort, and they tend to ask for financial benefits for the companies. And that's why I was happy to hear this the representative, the colleague from Marquardt saying, okay, we're very happy with it. And what we find in our studies, it's not a question, a matter of financial incentives. It's a matter of quality. So this is where we, for example, think that business associations and chambers should have a role in the quality assurance. And we have a chapter on that as well. So then we say, okay, this is the typical challenge that we face. You can analyze it if it fits for you. And then we give some indications, okay, what should happen then? So what should the organized business sector do in this case? So the first thing is be aware of that you have the competences, you have the right processes. And what we also see is, okay, try to find the qualified staff in your organization and give them time to develop this. What we see in many, many cases is that the people get this role, coordinator of dual VET, for example, but without any additional time, resources. So make sure the organization is ready. And what we give you in each chapter is, okay, if we want this, let's say, if we define this as an ideal situation, what would be the steps? So what we usually need at the beginning is we need training, we need networking, and here's you find a map of typical stakeholders, so whom to think of, define the roles, define standards and manuals, and think about the financing. This is a very crucial step in the beginning. And then in the end, you always find some useful links saying, okay, this is, for example, a document of, I think it was a dual implementation in Latin America, and they set up a huge manual for implementing, I think it was a technician in plastics or mechatronics, and they defined all the steps that they had to do and how to follow it. So you can use this as inspiration, take whatever you want from it, adapt it to your needs, and if you have good resources, share them. We also think, okay, is it worth paying the companies? Because this is something that we hear frequently. And we discussed about this topic, and here, hitting this button, you can jump and dive deeper into the topic of financial incentives, etc., etc. We have other resources. So what you find is always the same. What is the typical challenge? How should it be done? And what is the role of the business sector, and how to get there? And then you get examples, documents, for example, also videos, testimonials, etc., etc. So maybe I stop with this one chapter. You can navigate, fly around, dive deeper wherever you want. And please, again, feel free to add your resources, your experience. There are plenty of opportunities to get in touch with us or give us feedback on that. So we are always working on this guide, expanding it, and I hope it's very, very useful for all of you. And I stop here in order not to prolong a lot and get too much time for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ingrid. Applause here. As the guidelines are interactive, I understand that we can all contribute by sharing our experiences. This is a great opportunity for RCF-funded projects, for my colleagues, for my chambers of commerce, and me as well. So thank you for this opportunity to hear this interesting presentation from your side. Thank you for your time, and I hope that we'll see each other soon. Thank you, Ingrid.
Thank you for having me, and all the best.
Okay, we will running out of time, so I will ask my dear panelists to be short in this round of questions. So, Lydia, we spoke earlier about digitalization, and I know that you have impressive tools that you're using when it comes to engaging employers in dual education. Speaking about employers, do you also have some kind of tools for instructors, since we know that the companies are obligated to have licensed instructors if they want to be part of the dual education?
Well, on one hand, companies, as you said, are obliged by the law on dual education in Serbia to be accredited if they want to perform dual education. And on the other hand, almost all companies are facing with a lack of skilled workforce. And we know that it is a big problem for them to send their best workers to the training that lasts for 40 hours. It means that their best workers will be absent for almost the whole week from the workplace. So for that purpose, we established online training of instructors. So everything is happening in online environment. First of all, I would like just to go back to the web portal earlier mentioned. So for these purposes, companies are also using that tool, because via web portal, they should submit request for the training of instructor and also request for the exam for instructors. So Trainings are online. We are always doing trainings 2 days in 1 week and the same 2 days in the week after. And on the last day of the training, after the training, we are realizing exam for instructors' licenses. We are obliged by the law. And the exam consists from 2 parts, written and oral parts. So both parts are realizing also in online environment. So during the written part of the exam, they should do the test, and during the oral part of the exam in online environment, future instructors actually are having conversation with the commission, which consists from the representative of the Chamber of Commerce and also representative of the Ministry of Education. And they are actually speaking about potential pedagogical situations that can happen during work-based learning with future students. And in the light of digitalization, in the perspective, we will try to digitalize some parts of the training because, of course, it is not possible to digitalize the whole program of the instructors training, but we will select some parts, and in that way we will try to give them the opportunity to listen that parts in some period of time which is more suitable for them. So it will not be, of course, in real time. And once more that we are going to implement in the future period is also some kind of platform for instructors, because we think that actually we are all missing that kind of exchanging of experience among instructors. And with that platform, we think that we will contribute to the improvement of dual education in Serbia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Basim, members of the Chamber Investment Forum, sharing information on workforce development, revealing similar challenges and problems. Can these chambers, members of the CIF, play a role at the national level while aligning with regional needs?
Thanks, Balsha. Yes, all chambers are national chambers and are part of different national bodies to improve the policy making, in this case, education and workforce development. And that's also the idea that we have a good example on this, and LSA is here. We are working together as a chambers and institution to do something together, common on and do further, like for occupational standards and the curricular development. Now it's a time to move forward, to jump another level, and that's the idea of the center, how national chambers can cooperate with each other and to do their impact on national policy makers, so that we have something common regional approach on workforce development in 2 directions for themselves to develop, but also to attract investments in Western Balkan countries. Thanks.
Expected and right answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Basim. Thank you, Basim. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, the Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum, WB6CIF, embarked on initiatives to enhance representation of the SMEs and facilitate focused thematic feedback based on the proposal of WB6 Business Council representatives. To this end, WB6CIF supported the establishment of 9 thematic groups comprising experts from chambers and representatives of local SMEs, aligned with priority areas outlined in the new growth plan for the Western Balkans. All the thematic groups have held their meetings and have prepared inputs, identifying obstacles and summarizing key demands of regional businesses within the sector to be included in the new Common Regional Market Action Plan. One of those thematic groups is about the development of the human capital. So Mladen is leading this thematic group. So my question for you, Mladen, would be what were the previous activities and achievements, and what recommendations were given for improving the situation in this area?
Thank you, Voska. In the beginning, I just want to say big thanks for the Mirjana from the Serbian chamber, Besim from the Kosovo chamber, and Mirza Konjo and Nataša, other members of this group on their efforts to create this very important documents. When we are talking about the human capital, we know that educated population is a key factor in development of any country, and human resources are the most important resources on any economy. On the beginning, I will share some information. It's good news for our countries in the region. According to the Human Capital Report Index for countries in the Western Balkans, we have very highly developed economies in field of the human resources. This Human Development Index represents summary measures of long-term progress in dimension of human development, long and healthy life, and access to education and decent standards of the living. And according to that data, for example, Montenegro is on the 49th place between 191 countries. Then Serbia is on 63rd place. The Albania is on 67th place. Bosnia and Herzegovina 74th place. North Macedonia 78th place, and Kosovo 87th place. But it's big level of the human development. The bad news is that we are facing with the problems that we have the population of the region. More than 5 million people in the last 2 decades left our countries, and according to one SIF analysis, till the end of this week, Albania will lose more than 1 million inhabitants, Macedonia 40% of their inhabitants, Serbia 1.5 million, Bosnia and Herzegovina more than 50% of the inhabitants, Montenegro and Kosovo around 25%. Because of that, it's very important to invest in our human capital, in our people to stay here, to not go, and to increase, if it's possible, natality. Lack of the qualified workers is considered one of the main challenges, not only on the Western Balkans, it's also in Europe, and by the research of Eurochamber, it's the second bigger problems for the business community in Europe. What we suggested as a recommendation for the government and in our action plan is first recommendation is to harmonize educational programs for the VET. In the region, there is one big project, very nice and very successful, that it's coordinated by RISE and it's funded by Austria, that we are collected experts from all the regions and created common qualification standards, occupational standards for the different professions. And in that sense, we succeeded to create that common standards. It will help tomorrow to increase mobility between economies. It will help tomorrow also to recognize that certificates and diplomas, and it is one of the best projects that was participating in my career. And in that sense, I hope so that we will continuing this project. Also, we recommend that in this recommendation to do it for all professions and all qualifications. Also, one of the recommendations is to create a regionally based platform where the business community can register their current needs and the future needs. It will be very helpful for the educational system to know what kind of the workforce we will need in the future. Development of dual system of education in VET, as we're talking about, is very important. And also the next recommendation is to develop dual system of education in higher education. It's a trend in Europe, and it's very important because according to our research in all regions, the business community consider that our students had a lack of the practical skills. Development of lifelong learning education and the tax exempt for the business community who are participating in this process, which is good for the whole community. Recognition of higher education level of education in systematization of business community. Free retraining trainings for unemployed person in the region. Of course, digitalization of the learning methods, inclusion of ethic values and transversal skills in educational process and curricula, integration of migrants into labor market as a big potential also for our business community, having in mind that we have lack of the workforce in the region, especially in Montenegro, because of the seasonal type of our economy, and we need during the summer a lot of people for tourism sector. Regulate licensing processes, and several more recommendations. And because of the time, I will not read it everything, but there is on our site, and it will be available to all the interesting parties. Thank you, Barsha, for this.
No worries.
But
Your office colleagues.
I have passion for this.
Right. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. And Mr. Carroll, I have one more question just for you, and then I will wrap it up. And please just tell us, what are the market companies' expectations when it comes to further support from the Chamber of Economy of North Macedonia in this case?
From the very beginning, the Chamber of Commerce encourage introduction of dual educational system. They provide training for trainers and make verification for companies who make this vocational training in dual educational system. What we're expecting from Chamber of Commerce from this point of view, we're expecting to reduce the gap between the companies from one side and private sector on one side, and from the other we have schools and almost everything connected with government and Ministry of Education and Science in Macedonia. That's in one. And we expect to make that reducing of gap and to make to work together on development of new occupation, for example, and to learn. And we expect to use their analyze how to develop new skills, for example.
We find a stronger link between them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Carroll, to all panelists. But I wrote it down something just to wrap it down with all closing remarks. So, ladies and gentlemen, today our esteemed panelists, drawing on their extensive regional and global experience, have reaffirmed the critical importance of supporting WET providers in addressing skills needs through collaboration with the regional companies. Such cooperation, particularly through dual or work-based learning programs, not only helps bridge immediate skill gaps, but also fosters long-term sustainable competitiveness for business as they advance towards integration into the EU single market. Moreover, our colleagues from the WB6 CIF have once again underscored the necessity of the RCF approach. This strategy is essential for vocational training institutes to better align their programs with the evolving needs of business and to equip them with the latest technology utilized in industries. I would like to thank the audience for attention, to my dear friends, colleagues, panelists, for being here. It was my pleasure to moderate this panel. Thank you once again.
Ms. Kilari, we are ready. We have your presentation, and the panel will start soon. And you will be with your presentation the last panelist. Okay?
I'll do my best to stick to the time provided to me, unless other panelists will not take too long for them. But we'll see. Okay.
How much time do you have?
I'm not sure, 10, 15, but my presentation is around 11 minutes, I would say, 11, 12 minutes, 10, 12 minutes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And you know what happens after lunch? Post-lunch coma. It happens to the best of us. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch, and I hope you had enough fuel for the next afternoon and interesting discussions that we're going to hear from our dear panelists who are already here with us. So, without further ado, I would go into the core of these perspectives panels, which is exploring the topic of greening cooperative vocational education and training for sustainable economic growth. On that behalf, allow me to introduce you to Ms. Marina Braletic from the High School of Electrical Engineering Vaso Ali Grudic from Podgorica, who will be moderating our panel. Thank you. Ms. Braletic is a specialist in energy and automation, working as a teacher at the secondary school for electrical engineering in Podgorica, and a school project coordinator. With experience as a teacher and later as a consultant at the VET Center, she was involved in developing qualifications in vocational education, serving as a member and coordinator of working groups. She has also participated in writing and implementing numerous projects, including for the RCF Fund as well, where she and her team won 2 grants for their school. Am I right? Yeah, great. Last year, she participated in EAVAT conference for the future of skills for greening transition and had the privilege to also hold a workshop on greening skills in the Western Balkans. Together with you, all your guests, and we are ready to hear insightful discussions on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So by my notice, you can tell that I'm a teacher, and I think that maybe I'm the only teacher that is in this conference. And before we start, I want to thank, I'm grateful for that. Yeah, but I want to, 2 moderators, yeah. I want to thank RCF because they recognize the importance of including teachers in this kind of events, in this kind of conference. We will talk today about, in my opinion, one of the most important topics of these days. It's greening and how actually green initiatives can transform vet education, contributing to sustainable economic growth. When you say greening cooperative vet education for sustainable economic growth, it's not actually just a phrase. That is a roadmap to a future where education and sustainability go together hand in hand, and it should be like that. And I really hope that we will have more and more events like this in order to improve that. We will start actually with the two presentations. We will have a little bit more different panel just to inform you because of the technical issues. So we will actually start with our first panelist, Dr. Hannelore Kress, right? She's a senior technician advisor from German Office for International Cooperation in Vet in Federal Institute for the Vet Education, in short, BABB. BABB is a center of excellence for vet research and for the development of vet education in Germany, but it also works to identify future challenges in vet and stimulate innovation, not only in national, but what is more important, in international vet systems. They are developing new practical solutions, and research and development are core activities of the Institute. So Dr. Kress, will you tell us more about these researches, and you will actually give us some answers about your researches through your presentation, right? Yeah.
Well, this is expectation management then. It's really great to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And it's a great pleasure also to share common experiences and hopefully also enter in a dialogue. As of now, we only have one planet that is inhabitable, and that it's our common task to save it as fast as possible, because there is no turning back. And I want to shed, well, I'm not sure about answers, but maybe insights. And so I'm really looking forward to the mutual dialogue. I would like to emphasize also that we talk about very easily about human capital. It sounds so cold. It's humans, it's young people, deeply, deeply uncertain about their future, still living off what affected them with COVID, and I'm sure it is in your countries as well. I've heard they don't like to work. I don't think so. I think they will find and will find a better balance of life and work, and meaningful work, meaningful skills, skills that it cannot be labeled like the hard skills, because the hard skills will be obsolete within 18 months. And this is research that you also know, that we continuously have to update and to upgrade our competences. And so it is our task as adults, and especially as parents and grandparents, to encourage the pathway to vocational education, to not let it be the third or last choice of your career path, but become the first, because it's meaningful. It's human, it's innovative, and we need these talents of our young people in order to face our three famous Ds: the demography, the decarbonization, the digitization, and recently at the BIBB, we added a fourth, and this is dynamics, as I said. And some colleagues said, we're doing modules, we make it faster, we review our ordinances on a very timely fashion in order to give these young talents the perspective in society at their own pace. We have to think about from the perspective of young people, because they are different than we or you used to be. And we have to acknowledge that. So we have to empower them to make the best possible choices for a democratic, prosperous Europe with perspectives in stable surroundings. So I should point there. The BIBB, very quickly, it's the world's largest institute, solidly committed to vocational education, and that starts with career guidance as early as possible, professional orientation. Now we start at 7th grade. We should start at 5th. This showed our research. And in order to get and capture the talent and the perspective of young people as early as possible. And it ends with the so-called higher vocational education. We also have to acknowledge the fact that our education gets more, or professions gets more complex, gets more difficult. And this will leave a lot of young people behind because they have different talents. They're maybe more practical and less theoretical prone. So this is not, it is a lot to do, and we should have done a lot more in previous times. So this is what we do. We conduct researches, we advise our politicians and stakeholders, and you know the dual system, you do so much already that with the good aim to give perspectives to young people, and especially also to teachers and in-company trainers. These are the pillars, if it will function or not. You have to learn the whole way and even faster than your students or your apprentices. And so I want to cut this very short. And we are also partnering with other countries, which is necessary because, yeah, the Germans, the Swiss, the Austrians, the Netherlands, we have the system of dual education, but it's only one part, and we have to think outside of the box, not in the dual red box, no matter where somebody comes from and acquired pedagogical skills or professional knowledge. It's all about not only products and services, but also the pride to become somebody and to be proud of your profession. And this is a really empowering also outcome. If you meet some apprentices just having finished their exam, they say, I'm proud to be a cook. I'm proud to be the auto mechatronic. I'm proud to build these huge, I don't know, vehicles, enhancing the construction, etc. So what we did already in the 80s, we have a main board, it's so-called the Parliament of Vocational Education in Germany, and we gather all the social partners, the relevant ministries, regional and federal, and introduce sustainability and environmental protection within our ordinances. Nowadays we have, like in the 50s, we used to have 900, now we have 327, it's always varying. And because somebody says about thousands of skills, we don't have that. It's in dual education, we have 327. In academic, we have 40,000. That's a lot. And so we have all different dimensions of sustainability in VET, and we have a standard occupational standard introduced in 2021 that is the right of all teachers, in-company trainers, and apprentices to gain knowledge about sustainability, what it is. And normally you talk about 3, I added a 4th, and some people do the cultural dimension, as it is capturing also the young people nowadays being more aware about sustainability and climate protection. And this is like this worldwide movement, and that we have sustainable oriented lifestyles, In theory, at least, they consume more sustainability. If we look at, and probably in your countries it is as well, they order directly in China and there is no middleman or middlewoman. So you have a lot of air freight coming over to, for example, to Europe, single packaged, very not sustainable. But in the majority, and today was a new youth research publicized, and it says the youth is deeply unsettled, deeply concerned what is going on, with a glimpse of optimism, and this optimism we have to capture. As the youth is also confronted with conflicts and questions, will I be safe within the next years? Will I be able to raise a family? Will I be able to be at the same level as technological progress? And will I be able to face disruption in societal structures? So the goal of this cross-cutting standard is that the apprentices know about sustainability in all their 4 dimensions, that they know about the SDGs, the Agenda 2030, and are able to define sustainability and the different models within their profession and within along the supply chain. And this is now what we're coming is focusing more on, that no matter where you produce a computer mouse, the supply chain does not fit on an A4 form. And there are lots of where you get your material, the raw material, where you get the next level of value. No matter how your educational system look like, you have either to avoid or emit CO2 emissions as there are contracts. And I looked up just, and I'm about to finish. I know time is running. It doesn't want to, okay. No, I think, yes. Yeah, very, very briefly, we talk about green professions, and in a world that has 327 professions, it's far more. It's not the horticulture alone. It's not because I read it, organic farming. It is also electromobility in all phases. These are the bus drivers. These are the truck drivers. These are the railroad workers, and also retail merchants, and they should be able to count the CO2 footprint that you leave during your production and service provision. And as we have somebody from the company, from Marquardt, they, you know exactly which carbon footprint is produced along your value chain. And there are smart systems already like SAP and Siemens and others that already supply platforms where you count for each metal detail, for each raw material that you need to source, the carbon footprint. And you have apprentices in your companies and in the schools. They should, in this field, for example, of expertise retail, that in industrial clerks, they need to be able to count it. And the others, the painters, the roofers, the electricians should be able to document it. As in Europe, as you are aware of, 2026, we will have the supply chain, and there's a very middle, a longer term, the law on supply chains. And if you have in your company, in your facility, in your school, people who are aware how to document these very detailed informations on your carbon footprint, then you cut down also some of your transaction costs. So this is important. And it's also important to implement it, if possible, in every profession that you train. What we have is the plant mechanic for sanitary heating and air conditioning technology. This is an example where it does work. We have 25% more young people, and especially young women, entering this career because they feel this is the change, this is the impact that they can have in order to save the planet. It's not to talk about it like not politicians, political scientists or social scientists on something, but to say, hey, today I really helped to cut down CO2 emissions. It ranges also paper technologists, and the interesting part is it's and non-academic and also academic. And this is a positive message, again, for us parents and for us grandparents to have this conversation today at dinner, for example. And what I didn't see on the table of the professions that you cover is the whole range of community professions: water supply, wastewater management, pipe and sewer. Why do not communities enter this sphere and train people as a training company? It is possible, and we need these people. I want to drink water from the tap. Not everywhere is possible. It's not everywhere possible in Germany as well. But these are the people who do the change. Okay, that was the, yeah, I skipped that. Just the encouragement, because it's always delayed. Oh, environmental protection, oh, fine, I do recycle, I do this, but what do you do in your job? What do you do in your profession? What do you really do? Do you consider where to travel and how to travel, in which vehicle, for example? It could be, and this is, we have all the handlers here, part of the examination. It's doable. And there is also help, international help, how to do that. And it's important to get started. If you haven't started, I know a lot of people already started, but to encourage everybody to be part of this, to do things. It's ongoing. It's not easy. But if it's easy, it's less interesting, I would say. Okay, I'm not good at this. Very, very briefly, we put together like supply chains, and we picked, and some of the colleagues were present when we presented our vet chain tool. Bread, everybody kind of loves bread, and we think we know how to produce bread. And so why not consider who is involved in selling good artisan bread? Not artisan bread. It's the baker, the miller technologist, the salesperson, logistics, etc. Being confronted with all these catastrophes, inflation. Yeah, so a lot of bakeries in Germany had to shut down because of energy prices. A lot of Italian restaurants had to nearly double their prices on great pizza. And I'm sure you had these effects here as well. And how to be that flexible person to say, I really want to stay a baker. I don't want to leave my profession. What can I do to avoid this? How can I cut down my energy usage or use my resources accordingly? And how can I source the grain from the nearby farmer and also use that as a comparative advantage towards my competitors? And so in theory, again, if you consider this, you produce better products, you provide better services, and you have a good message also to communicate. You get this in the documentation of the, I'm not really good at this, my media company, or maybe I finished already. This would be, yeah, I skipped that. That is, you already know also, like renewable energy, everything creates a lot of jobs. But as we have one world, we have heavy competitors down there in China. We destroyed our own solar industry. we are at the fringe of also killing our wind energy, the turbine production. But it does create a lot of jobs, and also this needs to be transferred. We have a lot of, although everybody says companies are leaving Germany, actually we have some companies coming in the semiconductor production, and they go to East Germany, especially because the wind energy and solar energy supply is in the north and in the east of Germany. So for them, and as they know with carbon certificates being traded, energy costs will rise. And if you not secure your plants where renewable energy is produced, then you will have heavy costs in the longer run. Also, it's competitive with the US, as they're doing that as well to a great extent, to expand the regenerative energy in offshore plants, wind power plants, but also geothermal and hydro. So this is it. This is some remarks, some insight, and I'm really looking forward. Sorry that I was a bit long for our dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kress. Yeah, very interesting presentation. And I think that we should all start by ourselves as individuals to think about it and then together to do, yes, and not to wait for the companies or facilities to start it. Now we will actually have our second panelist who is with us online. I thought to have this presentation for the end of the panel, but we will actually have it now. It is the Vera Cilari from International Labour Organization, Project Coordinator of Skills for an Environmentally Sustainable Development in Moldova. ELO brings together 187 members to address the world of work challenges. It has been some time now since the ELO recognized the importance of greening and of greening VET, and they actually developed a guideline as a resource that support greening VET for sustainable economic growth. It is a key recommendation for policy makers, VET providers, enterprises, and chambers. And because Vera will show us through her presentation the example how they've done it in Moldova, that's what makes this presentation actually interesting. So Vera, welcome. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marina. Good afternoon, everyone. Thus, in the next 10 minutes, I will reflect on some key questions. Why, what, how, namely, why skills development for the green transition, what kind of skills do we need, and how can we prepare the green workforce. And the contents I am to refer to include the ILO Just Transition Guidelines, the employment effects of greening the economy, the ILO resource greening TVET and skills development, of course, and the case of Moldova in these relations. The ILO guidelines, next slide, please. The ILO guidelines for a just transition are both a policy framework and a practical tool to help countries manage the transition to low carbon economies, to achieve their NDCs and the 2030 SDGs. Skills development and active labor market policies are key policy areas that are highlighted in the just transition framework in this document. Last year, the international, the previous slide, please. Last year, the International Labour Conference adopted a resolution endorsed the ILO Just Transition Guidelines as a central reference for policymaking, and to confine, the UN Secretary General also asked the member states to embrace the ILO Just Transition Guidelines as a minimum standard to achieve the just transition. Of course, we cannot deny that apart from the skills development, there are also other policy pillars. However, skills is highlighted as one of the driving policy areas when it comes to just transition. Next slide, please. In 2019, as you probably know, the ILO conducted a global research on skills for a greener future, which looked at two main aspects, one based on country studies, what they do when it comes to their climate and environmental policies linked to skills development. Another one was a global policy scenario looking at energy sustainability and circular economy and how that affects the employment. Now the scenario is being updated, going deeper into the green and digital aspects. Next slide, please. The projection, as you can see on the screen, shows that in both energy sustainability and circular economy, the job creation potential outpaces the job destruction. But as you can see on the screen, many of the jobs that are at the risk of destruction can be absorbed by those newly created jobs if there is a right reskilling and upskilling. To take an example here, for example, an engineer working in oil and gas industry with some reskilling or upskilling will be able to move into a new growing industry, such as renewable energy sector. In relation to, to come with an example in relation to those jobs that are at high risk of destruction. For example, a lot of countries made the commitment to phase out the coal mining. As a result, the coal miners will lose their jobs. And this will require sustainable reskilling to take up new occupations in the growing industries. This is briefly how the employment affects the green economy. Next slide, please. Another aspect is how it will affect low-skilled, medium-skilled, and high-skilled occupations. Of course, all occupations will change in one way or another, but the extent might differ. As you can see on the screen, in low-skilled occupation, the turnover is quite low, while the medium and high-skilled occupation, especially the medium-skilled ones, the turnover is quite high. All this, again, require important policy decisions to be made to invest in reskilling, especially at the medium-skilled occupation that is directly linked to the TVET level. That's why it's such a great emphasis on the TVET education. Next slide, please. Thus, there are a lot of questions that are to be addressed, like what kind of skills, what are the skills needs in the context of green transition? Well, I wish I had the answer, but this is the job of skills needs anticipation. The study also reveals that to be successful, a worker needs a combination of different types of skills, including foundational skills like numeracy, literacy, and now we can also add the climate and digital literacy, specific or specialized technical skills, and of course, core skills or soft skills, how we call them, that are portable from one occupation to another, from one sector to another, like communication skills, analytical skills, entrepreneurial skills, and so on and so forth. I should also highlight that to make skills development work in the context of green transition, policy, coherence, and coordination is a must. And of course, the coordination between line ministries, also including the social partners. And plus an effective system for skills needs anticipation to provide evidence and information for policy-making decisions, adapt competency standard, apprenticeship, or TVET programs. And of course, we need an integrated approach with other policy measures, such as active labor market policy, social protection, career counseling, etc., since one single policy intervention will not solve all the issues. The study revealed a lot of issues and challenges, but there was no literature how to go about it, what to do about all these challenges, how to deal with them. That is why the ILO came up with the greening TVET tool. Next slide, please. On the screen, you can see the key elements of for greening TVET. First of all, we need to assess and anticipate skills needs, which are to be integrated into occupational standards, qualificational standards, and further to be translated or converted into learning outcomes in curricula, which in their turn should be effectively delivered and assessed, of course. We also need capable teachers and trainers, sensitizing enterprises, as they should tell us what the demand in terms of skills is. And it is there where the students or graduate students, let's say first, will go to practice their acquired knowledge, either through work-based learning, different types of work-based learning, cooperative learning, apprenticeship, dual training, practical work, or any practical work or internship, which is a mandatory part of an initial TVET program in many countries. We also have to make the learning environment conducive, having a campus that is tuned to the learning environment. And other important aspects include funding, social dialogue, governance, monitoring and evaluation as well. Next slide, please. Dialogue Greening TVET is a step-by-step tool that targets policymakers, TVET providers, social partners, and enterprises. Each section indicates what should be the learning outcomes, who should be involved in each exercise, and what to do about it. There are also hints and tips at the end of each section, which can be used on their own by different countries in the country. The ILO also has a tailored coaching program to use this very tool and pilot its implementation in various countries in collaboration with the ITC ILO, of course. There are different examples of this exercise in different countries, but of course, as mentioned by Marina, I will come with the example of Moldova. Next slide, please. The concept of greening of green skills and greening TVET is relatively new in Moldova, which is a little bit challenging to implement different activities because first of all we have to make sure that everyone in the country speaks the same language, and here I'm not referring about the official language in the country but other stuff. Over the next 3 years, the ILO project Skills for an Environmentally Sustainable Transition comes to provide support with the development of training programs, of new training programs in the renewable energy sector, fostering a skilled workforce to drive the green transition and of course to enhance economic resilience. If I am to refer to the key actions, these include the development of normative act, which has a holistic approach, from occupational and qualificational standards to curricula, capacitating the teachers, followed by the piloting and institutionalization of new training programs. All these processes that I have already mentioned are preceded by skills needs analysis exercise, including dialogue skills for trade and economic diversification, STED methodology that provides strategic guidance for the integration of skills development in sectoral policies. Another aspect refers, of course, to gender transformative education for sustainable development, not to forget about that, into initiative TVET and lifelong learning through career guidance, encouraging diversity and inclusion in all sectors, economic sectors. And in addition, or in parallel, let's say so, we are coming up with a comprehensive TVET development program based on the ILO Green TVET tool that covers greening the provision of education and training, integrating environmental research into the learning processes, transforming institutional culture to promote environmental responsibility, implementing sustainable practice on campuses, and engaging the entire community that where the TVET institution is in this shared mission, let's say so. And to conclude, I want to mention that the quality of the TVET products is not on the shoulders of TVET institutions alone, but it's much broader, including business community. That is why we have initiated a broad national dialogue involving different actors at different levels, thus capacity building of key stakeholders to understand the concept of green transition, their role in skills development, with a focus on partnership is also on the focus of the project and further actions. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you for sharing with us this presentation. And our next panelist is Daniela Manic. She is the director of College of Applied Studies Aviation Academy from Belgrade. And actually, this academy is one of the pioneers in dual education, right, in Serbia. I'm very glad to hear that. And you are cooperating with many aviation companies in order to improve VB, actually work-based learning education for your students, which is also great. I would like to say that above the fact that you gain fund in first RCF call, you're also in much more projects, national and international. But what is actually interesting about your academy is that your academy is the only VET provider that is a member of ETF network, Greta. Greta is actually an initiative supporting the greening of VET as a response to the green and digital transition. So please, Daniela, can you tell us what were your initiatives and what were initiatives and actions of your team in order to be qualified to be a member of this great network?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate in this conference. I'm really honored. Thank you for the audience being brave and still in this room after the lunch. Yeah, thank you. It's really amazing that I can see so many faces. I used to be a teacher, so if I still a teacher, maybe I would ask them to do some exercise to wake up after the lunch, but no, I'm not going to do that. I will try to be concise. I will try to be as interesting as possible, and I would like to highlight the examples of best practices which, let's say, launched us and qualified us to be the member of a European Training Foundation and as a network of excellence to be a member, and later on to be a part of Greta initiatives. I'm sorry that I'm not here to talk about dual system because you mentioned that we were pioneers, but I think this is the starting point. When Ministry of Education recognized our excellence, our efforts that we are doing together in a chain called dual education system, all together with the Office of Dual Education, with Chamber of Commerce, with stakeholders, with companies, etc. So this was the starting point when we entered the world of international partnership. And Greta was the initiative that started in 2021. First, we had some kind of a self-evaluation. And we were not aware of, self-evaluation is the process when you realize where you are and what you need to do to be better than you are right now. And after that, we had a kickoff meeting where we were honored to present our examples of our experience and our examples of practices. And we, at that kickoff meeting, we mentioned, in some informal way of speech, we mentioned that we have in our school a regular subject in our curriculum, which is a subject that is obligatory, called Ecology and Environmental Protection. The fun fact about that subject is that it exists. It existed from 24. So in the last 20 years, we've been doing that topic in our school. So we were not aware of the impact we are doing with students because
This subject is obligatory at the first year of students' education, and almost 250 students every year attend that subject. The duration of that module is the whole school year. Later on, when establishing college level and bachelor studies for pilots and air traffic controllers, we just upgraded that module or subject or whatever curriculum, and we now have that in at the college at bachelor level, only upgraded one. So this is how our story with Greta started. And there are a lot of interesting things that we do during peer learning, peer activities, peer reviews, etc., which are very important, I think, in any cooperation. So we realized that when we launched the strategy of internationalization in our school, I think it was 10 years ago, we put some milestones ahead of us, and one of them was greening the wet. What we are doing, what we have been doing so far. For example, we participate, if you read the Greta report, there is a great emphasis on Erasmus projects, which allows us to participate in, and to develop skills, green skills, not only among students, but also among teachers, because teacher training and self-learning is very, very important, and projects, Erasmus projects allow us as well. So we started that strategy of internationalization, emphasizing the importance of green skills. For example, before each mobility of students or teachers, whatever, we have a lot of preparatory meetings, teaching, discussing, roundtables. What are those environmental issues that participants of the projects need to pay attention to? Then we moved a step forward and we participated in K2 projects. And somehow, although all the projects are about aviation, we realize that in every project there is some kind of green aspect into it. First project that we were proud of is about using safe drones over safe environment. It means that we practice using drones in agriculture, situations for monitoring and ecology evaluating of the ground, etc., etc. So then it was normal to move every time we do some next project. It was always about ecology. Currently, we are doing an interesting project called Ecology and Meteorology. Although it's about meteorology and aviation, but we tackle all the environmental issues and raise awareness of both students and teachers of the importance of environmental and climate change, etc. So in addition, I can mention, but it's in the last call, I don't want to announce because we are waiting for Erasmus approval of the projects, but we applied for many projects and they are all about green skills. For example, I will just mention a few topics. One is about sustainable fuel in aviation. Another one is about waste management at the airport. We also applied for COVES project about green H2 training courses. So all these projects, I would like to emphasize the importance of cooperation with stakeholders. None of these projects wouldn't be successful without the cooperation with our partners. I would like to thank to the representative of our partners, MTU company, which we work a lot both in projects and work-based learning, dual system, etc. So we need to listen to each other. We need to listen to their needs. They need to suggest us what kind of trainings are needed in future. But obviously, it's all about green and digital, which cannot go alone without each other. And that's all. Maybe if you have some question, maybe you will arouse my nuances. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, really. Thank you, Daniela, for sharing with us. You must be proud to be a director of such an academy. Yeah, great work. I also think that it's important whenever we are having any kind of event that includes vet education, it is so important to have also members of chambers. Because I think that the chamber is actually a link between vet educators, vet institutions, and companies. So today here with us is another Daniela Kovac. Daniela is actually VBCIF coordinator and deputy of the president in Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your chamber is actually a Western Balkans 6 Chamber Investment Forum member. And in addition to the chamber's commitment to regional cooperation and European integration, or maybe because of this commitment, the chamber is very devoted to supporting businesses in greening, which is very important. Daniela, can you tell us what did your chamber identify so far as key challenges for businesses to achieve sustainability in economic growth? When I say sustainability, of course, I mean in the term of profitability, but more important, I mean in a term of environmental sustainability. And can you share with us just 2 or 3 key challenges, although I'm sure that there are many, many more, and actually we could talk about this all day, but just the important ones.
First of all, I would like to thank you on this deputy of the president of the Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm just an assistant, but thank you.
Maybe you will be, yeah? Who knows?
Who knows, yes. And actually, I would also like to thank you on this opportunity to be here. And it is a challenge for me personally to speak after all those panelists before me. I have learned and heard so many valuable things and got so many, get insight what people are doing here. Actually, we as the chamber are the supporting for our business people. We are doing this on daily basis. As you have said, we are that bridge that connects not only vet providers with the companies, but our companies with the governments and institutions. And it is not easy to do it in such a little complicated country as it is in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Starting from education and so many levels of authorities that are not on different levels of you know. We as the Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are a national chamber and actually non-governmental, non-political, non-profit association of businessmen from the whole territory, the territory of whole Bosnia and Herzegovina. And yes, we have detected several issues that our companies are dealing with, and we were frightened hearing for the CBAM for the first time, actually. And climate change and environmental degradation pose significant global challenges, and adopted European Green Deal strategy aimed to achieve climate neutrality by 2050 while promoting economic growth. This growth model is based on dual transition, as you said, green and digital. The green transition aims to promote the adoption of green technologies and sustainable industry production, reducing emissions, protecting the environment, and safeguard the public health. Meanwhile, the digital transition seeks to enhance innovation and economic productivity, contributing to green goals through smart solutions in the circular economy. By signing the Sofia Declaration on the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans in 2020, Bosnia and Herzegovina committed to a serious concrete actions and measures aimed at low carbon development principles, and that's where, let's say, the challenges began. Well, the need for so-called green transformation in businesses is so evident, and it is caused by global trends that flow and coming from huge economies. Small economies are just here to adopt it, cannot influence on its changes of conditions. And in order to remain at the market, we need to accept all those trends. So aware of the fact that Bosnia and Herzegovina will be able to protect its economy interest only if it follows the same principles. The Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina has actively engaged in these transition processes of the BNH economy over the past years, ever since the signing of this Sofia Declaration. We recognize the potentials of green value chains in terms of creating new values, strengthening export competitiveness, minimizing the use of internal resources, and of course, creating new jobs. Moving to a circular economy is not easy to achieve, and from a business perspective, the key obstacles are additional costs, lack of skills and expertise, a lack of regulatory framework, lack of government subsidies, and lack of demand consumers. This is what we have learned from our companies. The mostly frequent word that we are hearing in our chamber lately, as I have said, is CBAM. This mechanism for carbon dioxide emission taxation in the EU is one of the biggest challenges that are on the path to the so-called green transition. This is a significant challenge for energy policies and the power sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as for the role of energy in the economy and society. The message from the European Union is that Western Balkan countries should introduce carbon printing mechanisms equivalent to the EU emissions trading system by January 2030 to avoid paying a cross-border tax. CBAM could result in higher prices for the goods imported into EU, which would ultimately reduce the competitiveness of BNH exporters, especially in the markets for electricity, cement, and steel exported from BNH. To meet the conditions for exemption from the CBAM mechanism, it is necessary to integrate the electricity market with neighboring countries and have a clear roadmap for introducing the emissions trading system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Having in mind the importance of CBAM, we as a chamber organized many trainings, many workshops, forums, conferences with the aim to inform the business community about the importance of entering the CBAM system. Certain European Union directives have not yet been accepted and implemented in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we are striving to raise awareness among institutional representatives also on these topics. So this is why we have conducted a certain research among companies, and some of the answers that we received, and actually I forgot to say that if we don't enter into CBAM system, we will lose at least 300 million km of in exports annually as Bosnia and Herzegovina. Well, the Western Balkans is in a situation of needing to speed up the adoption of new regulations or in a situation of the necessity of adopting the existing regulations in relation to the green transition of the economy. Companies' awareness of changes is insufficient and certain knowledge is deficient. Companies that are exporters need support in order to respond to EU challenges and continue to export to the EU. A small number of importers from EU have announced the obligations to write and report to companies from Bosnia and Herzegovina whose products is included in list of tariff numbers of the CBAM regulations. There are significant difference in the understanding and monitoring of CO2 emissions among companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina believe that they will soon face the expected consequences of the introduction of CBAM and the potential increase in products prices. Many processes in companies take place spontaneously or due to the customer's pressure. Some companies have activities such as investment in innovation and sustainability and cooperation with banks, and this shows their willingness to adapt to new requirements and regulations. Companies are ready to invest in order to turn a challenge into an opportunity because they see opportunities for improvement through the development of green technologies and innovations. Companies need additional educations in order to monitor direct, indirect CO2 emissions, reporting, etc. So those are the questions that we asked our companies, or what we found and learned from them based on this survey. And actually we were, after so many info days, seminars and other activities that we as a chamber done in order to inform them, to learn them, we concluded that they are more ready than the country is, actually. And this is the problem. Now they are going forward and the country and the regulation is staying. So now they are pushed back by authorities which are not harmonized with the regulations. So they are waiting for them now. And in that sense, we even made a document, we call it proposal for authorities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, what they are about to do. So as our conclusions from this, it was just on Friday, we had an event in our chamber where we prepared this document that will be shared with our institutions. So this some of the let's say recommendations of the private sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina is that companies express the need for additional education. They emphasize the need for communication with the competent authorities. It is necessary to introduce a national ETS fully harmonized with EU ETS. Financial support. Companies want businessmen to be involved in decision-making processes through advisory boards or enabling consultations for better understanding of specific challenges and needs. Promoting green initiatives and learning from the experience of other countries on similar mechanisms is useful in order to avoid initial difficulties and optimize implementation strategies. And it was also recommended to establish funds for financing investments in renewable energy sources. So I read it good. Yes.
No, I know that you're making a great effort. Yeah, it is hard in Bosnia and Herzegovina with all the.
It is, and actually it is hard for me who is a BB6 national coordinator, maybe deputy president one day. This is not my topic at all, so it is very difficult, especially when I'm hearing all those successful stories from my colleagues, but I have it in written. I did my homework.
You started, and that's good. Yeah. Now for the, yeah. And for the end of this circle, actually, it is a great pleasure to have a representative of company like the in panel before. Actually, with us today, there are two representatives of two largest national companies for energy supplying in Montenegro. One of them is with us in audience, and the other one is Stevan Živković. He's head of the network management sector at Montenegrin Electric Distribution System Company, CEDIS. And actually, the both of these companies are in the consortia for the third, for the winning grant in third RCF call. Stevan, now can you actually tell us how does your company perceive challenges and opportunities that are brought by the need to do businesses more sustainable? And in addition to that question, can you please tell us a little bit more, how do you plan to cooperate with school when this third this project that is one grant in third call start?
Thank you, Marina. I'm very grateful to be today here with you in this conference, and I'm very honored to talk about this project we have together. I'm coming from CEDIS, distribution system operator in Montenegro, the only distribution system in Montenegro, which is with main function planning, development, maintenance, and management of distribution network system in entire territory of Montenegro. In our distribution system, there is 400,000 of consumers, 5,000 substations, 25,000 cables and overhead lines. But most important thing and most important resource in our company is, of course, our employees. We have more 1,800 employees that make us one of the largest companies in Montenegro. I think one three, the largest in Montenegro. But what is important that most of the employees in CEDIS must have professional knowledge from the electrical engineer field, and we must cooperate with companies, with educational institutions from that field. As colleagues said, the world is going to significant change, but the most significant change will be in the power sector, electrical energy sector, driving with a lot of factors such as deregulation, decarbonization. You already said open market, energy crisis. We faced last 2 years with largest energy crisis in our history. Connection of distribution, renewable energy sources, and new energy storage technologies, development of information and communication technologies, and many other reasons. All the world, and especially power sector, going through so-called a green transition. This change will particularly be significant in the field of distribution energy sector. Why? Because now the generation of electricity replaced from transmission network and now shifts to the distribution network system. Our company is planning in next period. Goal of our company is to increase energy security and energy supply of all our consumers, and generally ensure responsible behavior to the energy. In order to fulfill this mission, CEDIS must invest every day, both in development of a capacity of the professional development and of its personnel. In accordance with EU directives, in the coming period, it will be necessary to adopt all our energy laws in Montenegro. This will make significant change in organization and changes in our company, because we'll have some new obligations, some new jobs after adopting all these laws. And I will now tell which will be the most significant challenges for our company. It is grid modernization. Why? Because integrating so much solar and wind renewable energy sources into distribution network will be very challenging for us, because the network is not prepared for so large integration for renewable energy sources. And also because also one of the challenges will be the digital transformation of system, because in next period we must implement smart grid technologies, advanced metering infrastructure, and other. Because of that, our company is planning to implement one of the largest projects in his history. This is SCADA ADMS system for control, monitoring all the system, and without that project, it will be not possible to implement and integrate all this renewable energy that are planning to do in the next period. What is other challenges? Also, the policy support. We must ensure that there is adequate policy support from the government and regulatory authority, because it is crucial for foreseeing an environmental conducive to us. Especially when you take account that all this transition is very expensive, that it will be very challenging to do all the tasks that is in front of us. What will be the challenges? What will be the opportunities for our company next period? I think that all the challenges are in the same time opportunity for us, because if we are implementing and do go with our challenges very well, the benefits and opportunities for our company will be huge in next period, because if we are implementing smart grid technology, we will reduce losses, we will have predictive maintenance and other things. All these changes in our sector, it will be not possible without changing training and skills of our employees. Because of that, we recognize that there is very important to have cooperation with educational institutions. In last period, we noticed that there is no interest from workers that finish high electrical engineering school to work in our company, because they are finding, I think, less hard work or something like that. And because of that, we recognize that there is necessary to strengthen the cooperation with especially high school of engineering in Podgorica. We together we project of
We gain a great fund.
yes
Together, yeah.
We get a great fund together with energy company of Montenegro, APCG, and the High School of Electrical Engineering Podgorica. We get a grant with the project Sustainable Green Tech Future for All. Also together with Institution of Adult Education, PAMARC, and other companies that together with us involved in this project.
So I will actually try to summarize. Because I think that we are actually running out of time, and I will try to summarize for all the panelists. As Stevan just started to talk, I think that all of you pointed out how can we contribute to greening of VET. Actually is involving much more in VET education, because it all actually starts with teachers. As Daniela says, not only it's not important just to teach students, but it is also important to teach teachers, and lifelong learning education is actually what is really important. As I knew before we started, this is a wide topic, and this is something that we could talk about whole day. But I'm actually glad that we started, and I'm glad that we had opportunity to talk about this. As a VET teacher, I would like to quote, actually, I would like to quote Greta. Greta Thunberg, to conclude this panel, and to thank all of you, our panelists, and to thank all of you that are in audience. I know, especially in Balkan, that after lunch we like to take a nap, but this time it was a bit different. So for the end of this panel, I would tell you a great quote that I found. Right here, right now is where we draw the line. The world is waking up, and the change is coming, whether you like it or not. So yeah, that's for the end. And thank you once again.
Great, thank you very much. And yeah, it's true. It is very true. So since we have already been challenged quite a lot after lunch, but to also think and we discuss how we go along, because the future, to be ready and future fit, we must act right now. So to also help you with a bit of neck exercise, I switched the corner. I came this side. So you look at me this. Let's go out for the most needed coffee break, I guess. And please be here by 3:45. If you manage to get the Balkan sleep till then, please do. But 3:45, we're back. Thank you. What are you trying to tell me with this? Okay. Let's hold on a bit more. Okay, welcome back, and thank you for coming back on time. Show me with your hands what is the level of energy right now for 1 more hour? And hands being the 5, if you're full of energy to listen to a very important topic right now, and less if you feel like a bit slower. So just raise up your hands. Okay, okay, good, good. Yeah, I see somebody still refusing to move their hands. I will not interpret that, okay, but good. So they're ready. They're ready, because we were thinking if we should leave you to an element of surprise in this panel or anything, but you're here fully, so we're ready to start. We're going to discuss in this last panel of today about a very, I would say, present and future topic that we talk a lot: digital transformation and cybersecurity in vocational education and training. Digitalization is not anymore an option today. It is here. It is with us to stay and to develop faster, I believe. So we will hear more about it with our panelists today. Our moderator for this last session is Mr. Elton Domnori, Vice Dean of Faculty of Computer Science and ICT, Metropole University of Tirana. Mr. Domnori is a university lecturer at the Metropole Tirana University and currently holds the position of Computer Engineering Department and Vice Dean of Research Activities. Besides his academic career, he has extensive experience in EU projects under the programs of COST, Erasmus+, Horizon 2020, and so on. Moreover, he has collaborated in several local activities promoted by the EU for innovation programs such as Connected, Tirana Inc., and other hackathons competition. Without further ado, I will leave you the floor, and thank you for bearing with us until the end of this long, interesting day.
Thank you, Marina, for introducing me. If you were my students, I would award you with 10 extra points in the exam, but we used to do as a university lecturer. For the Western Balkan countries, being part of the EU community, it's very important, and to achieve that, one of the conditions is that to demonstrate that our economy is a competitive and sustainable economy. To achieve that, the EU has prepared a growth plan, which is made of 7 priority tasks. Among those is digitalization and security. And no goals can be achieved without an appropriate human capital development. Yes, we have universities, we have schools, we have the traditional education system. I am part of it. Sometimes our system is slow to adapt to the demand-driven needs that the market has. If, for example, if we need to introduce new courses, we have to comply with regulations, weight approval, weight accreditations. It's quite slow in response to such a dynamic market. Who can help? Vocational education can help to fill this gap. Although in the Western Balkans, the lack of providing the appropriate expertise, the demand is new. Topics are new as well for us as locals, for the local ecosystem. So the quality, sometimes the quality of these courses doesn't really satisfy the need of the market. This is why it's important to invest in human capitals in general, in all directions. So either in the traditional education, but the European Union has already some programs like Horizon, like COST, like Erasmus. Very important is the vocational education system, as it is the most responsive way of providing skills, what we call sometimes the hands-on skills. I have the pleasure to have with me 5 guests. I would say 2 of them unfortunately couldn't make it to be on site, to be present today, and they have joined us online. I want to introduce the first, Jan Peter Ganter de Otero, which I shortly call Jan. He's a human capital development expert for European Training Foundation. He is experienced expert and country liaison for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Jan has a PhD in international and comparative education in field of innovation and vocational education from the University of Osnabrück in Germany. And his expertise lies in fostering human capital growth and economical development, ensuring that individuals and organizations reach their full potential. Hi, Jan, if you can hear me. Jan? The next guest who has joined us online is Professor Belma Ramić-Brkić. Hope I pronunciate well the surname. She's an associate professor and dean of the Faculty of Computer Science and Information System at the University of Sarajevo School of Science and Technology. Her research interest includes games, cultural heritage, digitalization, computer vision, data science, and the integration of ICT in education. In 2019, she established a new academic program at her university entitled Bachelor of Science in Game Design and Development. And to my knowledge, there is no other study program in the region that covers that field. So I really congratulate Belma. In addition, she is an extensive expert as a project manager and consultant in field of computer science. And she has been recognized with multiple awards in computer science, including Faculty Excellence Award in 2022 and Excellence in Research in 2019. Here with me, I have Vincent Rosli, I apologize, CTO Holberton School. He is an accomplished software engineer and chief technology officer at Holberton School, with a decade of experience in tech education in both Silicon Valley and Europe. He is dedicated to making tech education accessible to everyone. And his goal is to expand Holberton network globally, ensuring that high quality training is available to aspiring software engineers all around the world. Here I have Snezhana Saramandova. It's a professor at Municipal School Bogdanci, North Macedonia. She has developed and she's currently coordinating two RCP projects in a vocational training institution in North Macedonia, COU Bogdanci and COU Josifovski. She is also a math and physical professor in the primary school with more than 14 years of experience in leading an educational project in both formal and non-formal education, funded by EU and USA. Snezhana has involved in areas such as digitalization, environment education, cultural initiative, and the inclusion of people with special needs. Last, we have here from Kosovo is Çelik Numani. He is a managing director from Kim Plus Karta company with a close of 2 decades of experience in tech industry and among the key figures of the tech scene of Kosovo and the region. Çelik is currently managing director of the Southeast Europe and new business in Europe at Kim Plus Karta, which is a global digital transformation consultancy. I would like to start with some questions to our panelists. The first question I would like to address to Jan. As I introduced him, he's a consultant. For the last few years, he has been working in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So Jan, in your experience, so how difficult is to contextualize digitalization to an economy which in general is a small economy, usually made of business families with cultural diversity? So how much is difficult to talk to these ecosystem about digitalization so that they can embrace digitalization, but without losing their distinctive characteristics?
Sure. Well, Elton, thank you so much for the question, and thank you above all to the Regional Challenge Fund for the invitation to participate. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being able to join you. Unfortunately, I was on my way to the Tirana yesterday. There was a problem in the airport and also a bit of a health issue that I'm having. But here I am, and happy to contribute. Also want to extend my gratitude to Renato Vasili for the invitation to participate in this panel. To discuss this point of the digitalization in the economy, I want to bring some elements from a recent research that we at the European Training Foundation, we have developed called the European Skills and Jobs Survey. I don't know if any of you are aware of this survey, but we have done this in 2023. It's an extensive survey that ETF has led together with CEDEFOP. Indeed, it's a survey that has been primarily designed by CEDEFOP to be applied in the EU member states. And we as ETF, we have partnered with CEDEFOP to implement the survey in the Western Balkan economies. The survey focused primarily on job and skills requirements. So it's an analysis based on the employees, the people who are currently working, and we are basically addressing several questions in terms of what type of skills they apply and deploy in their work, and aspects of skills and qualification mismatch, and also participation of adult workers in further training. And I want to bring this particular, the results of the survey, because I think it's very representative and it gives a very solid representation of the current challenges related to digitalization. We can say in general that there is a lower technology adoption in the Western Balkans when compared to the EU average. This is also a result that we also see if we look at the rankings, the international rankings in terms of innovation and technology. We will often see the Western Balkans position in a so to say medium level type of position, right? And if you look at the EU average, it tends to be higher than the case of Western Balkans, which already give us a clear indication that there is further scope for development in terms of digitalization in the region. However, there are some specific elements, some specific information that comes from the survey that it's very important, both in the sense of analyzing the way forward, but also to understanding what has been working. And there are many things that are going well and seem to be going in the right direction. And I particularly enjoy a lot giving you this positive message, because I think very often we talk a lot about everything that it's wrong or everything that needs to be improved. But when we actually see documented surveys that shows us that things are going in the right direction, I think it's important also to celebrate them. So let's focus specifically on some of the results. First, we can see that there is still lower adoption of technology, and this we can see, for example, nearly half of the employees seems to be working on positions that do not require literacy skills, which means reading and writing, not basic reading and writing, but here we're talking about reading and writing more technical documents or manual type of documents. So you has in general a position 45% of the results of the survey shows there is a low skill in labor intensive type of jobs. This number 45% in the Western Balkans, in the average of the EU, it's only 20%. So there is clearly a scope for improvement in this area. 7 out of the 10 jobs are routine-based jobs, which also mostly are related to low skills and labor-intensive type of jobs. If we go further, we'll see, for example, that only 75% of the jobs use computer devices. If we look at the EU average, it's 87%. And there is also a lack of computerized machinery, which is CNC machines, 3D printing, or machines that are controlled by external computers, like tablet types of machines that are controlled. And in this case, you have 28% of the Western Balkans, while in the EU average is 39%. Moreover, you have 33%, 23% do not use digital skills in the workplace. And when we look at the case of the EU average, is only 13%. So I think these are the general evidence that there is clearly a scope for improvement in terms of digitalization in the Western Balkan economies. However, there are at least two different points that are important to highlight, and there are, so to say, the good news of this. The first good news is that when we look at particularly in the high skills type of occupations, these occupations, they seem to have very similar results to the EU average, which it shows very clearly that there is part of the economies that are already very well digitalized and very well prepared for the future of work. And maybe it's exactly the part of the economy, as you said, Elton, the part of the economy that is more traditional is the one that needs further support from governments to be able to be more digital and to improve their efficiency and their capacities, above all, to adopt technology. But the second point that is also very important is that young people tend to enter the labor market in higher skilled occupation when compared to more adult types of workers. So there seems to be also a gap in terms of generation in the region where young people tends to enter better in the labor market, which is also a very good result. And is also a typical type of result that you will see in economies that are transitioning from lower technology base to higher technology base. And it also is a type of result that shows that our work on the field of education is actually paying out. And here, to summarize this first intervention, there are four basic conclusions that we can draw from these evidences that I'm bringing. The first one is that, yes, the investments in education are paying out. Because if you see that younger people, younger generations are entering the labor market in better types of jobs, this shows that the investment in education is truly providing improvement in the lives of young people and better conditions to enter in the labor market. However, this can only continue if the companies start becoming more and more technological. And here, I guess the main point is that there are specific sectors in the economy that need better attention to improve their capacity to adopt technology. And clearly, this is the case of agriculture, which is a type of sector that's exactly as Elton suggested. They're very much based on family types of companies or traditional type of work. And these are the areas that the governments need to prioritize and understand how to develop their own capacity to adopt new technology in the case of the Western Balkans economies. The third point is that adult education is extremely important, because if young people are being better educated and entering better in the labor market, there are many other many other adult workers that are not receiving the same attention and the same possibility to enter in the labor market or to improve their conditions in the labor market. And here, I think better attention from educational policy needs to be given to adult workers and not only to young workers and that are participating in initial training, but also continuous training and continuous vocational education is a must, and that needs as much as attention as initial training. I'm going to come back to this point in another moment of my intervention, but I just wanted to highlight this. And finally, as I said, there are a few sectors, especially the sector of agriculture, that needs much more attention from governments to be able to adopt better technology and to provide better training for their workers, so that you have a better distribution of the technology in the economy and also a better distribution of the opportunities for training in the economy. So I think in a nutshell, that's what I can say, and hope that has been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a citizen of Albania and Balkans, sometimes we are afraid to lose something that differentiate us from the rest of the world. So I'm aware that young generation wants to work with computers, but as we were having coffee with Snezana, after some years, nobody will know how to make a Turkish coffee. So there is the other side of the medal, that sometimes we enter in this globalization and we lose what differentiates us from the rest of the world. Anyhow, so this is life. Vincent, Holberton has campuses in all around the world. So if I'm not wrong, there are around 20 or 21 something. Oh, okay. We are growing quite fast. And you are focused mainly on courses about technology, so programming, etc. How do you see the trend? Because, for example, in the regions, we suffered till this fact that students go abroad, they found a better job with the tech skills. On the countries that you are operating, so your contribution, do you feel that is helping the local ecosystem, or somehow is helping the globalization, we're helping people to move because they have tech skills? So is the effect that we want to keep people here to get those skills here, or there is as well the other side, the counter effect that with those skills they tend to leave?
Okay, so first, thanks for the invite. I would say it's first time in the country, so I'm very happy to be here. And like we said, I will talk straight to the point because we have a lot of questions. So I think that's the trend. There is no really trend. It's like if you have 100 students, no matter the country, there will be some of them that will leave to go to US to work for big companies, work for Facebook, Google, whatever. But 80% of those people that will stay will contribute to the local economy. So I don't know if you know about Holberton, but we are a bit different. We are not university, we have no teacher, we have no course, no lecture, we have nothing. So everything is different. And since the beginning, we told them, okay, the goal is to make you better, someone better technically, but also for the soft skills. That's very important. So it's a good program, but our students, when they finish, it's easy for them to find a job. So we can't say, okay, you need to stay on the country for 5 years or whatever. But what we can do is that we can go to see some companies that need to do some projects and integrate those projects inside the curriculum, because we are very flexible, we can adapt everything. So it's something that we can do during their tuition. And if they work on a project company, they will want to stay after that, because if everything is fine, they're already integrated on the team, they work with maybe other students on this team, so they want to be part of this company. So we always find solution. But in my opinion, the problem is not to stop to let them go out.
Yes, at the end, nobody can impede them to move. So, Belma, I and Belma, we are university lecturers. So, luckily, Holberton has no courses, so there's still a job for us. I want to very quickly learn about from Belma, Chalik, and Snezana about their country. What is the niche sector that the digitalization can help? For example, in Albania, every day on daily basis in the TV, we hear about tourism and how Tirana will become a digital hub and attractive for nomads. So there is no spoiler. It's not a secret since many times so far. But I'm curious to learn what is happening in Bosnia, in North Macedonia, in Kosovo. So from the government point of view, which are the sectors that the government is paying more attention or efforts in the digitalization? Belma, are you with us? Okay, Snejana maybe can, meanwhile, Belma joins. Just very quickly, so in your country, which is the hot topic?
Well, I think I come from a region that is known for hospitality, tourism, agriculture. All these sectors can be improved economically and influence the economy, the local economy, with the support of digitalization. But of course, there is a lack of interest for these professions. So even though we have more positions for waiters, cooks, and agriculture persons, the interest is not as high as for other profiles. I think digitalization should be introduced in the educational system because digital literacy of the students is sometimes higher than of the professors. And I think it should be also a priority of the public administration so that people get more services and because they want to be improved the system, the services they get from the government, and of course the educational system. There is a place for improvement. We have a project, A Look Inside My Future, in Bogdanci, which has VR in medical education. We have in the two projects 6 training softwares that are basically what also the companies are using, and some new innovation programs used by private companies that I think needs to be taught in education, in the curriculum, and those changes need to be upgraded quickly, not to wait the government to improve the curriculums, but with the dual education and support of the company, and thanks to the Regional Challenge Fund, we can influence so that our students, when they come out of the VTI training programs, they have the skills needed to start the labor force and even to meet the needs of the companies.
Thank you. From Čelik in Kosovo, which are the priorities of the government in terms of digitalization?
Well, there's this general conversation that governments all around the region, they just talk about digitalization. One of the challenges that the region faces is that we talk but move slow. So you see, like every government in the Balkans you have e-Albania, you have e-Kosovo, e-Macedonia, all of them, but most of them work in like 10, 20% of their shape. And the other thing is that technology is moving so fast nowadays. I don't know if we ask the audience here by raise of hands, how many times was AI mentioned today? There's no hand raised. While in the meantime, you use ChatGPT, you heard about ChatGPT, you know about OpenAI. So this is one of the problems that we face as a region. So technology is there. The world is moving. We are talking about digital transformation. Companies in the world are talking about AI, data science, data engineering. So there's this momentum that the Balkan has. Instead of talking digital transformation, we should talk data, AI, jumping ahead of the digital transformation. Because imagine you're a banking institution or you're an educational institution using old technology, and you need to sort of reinvent yourself to become from classical system to modern system. Until you do that transformation, AI will just eat your market alive.
Are we able to jump that quickly?
Yes, we are,
Such
because
technologies?
it's small countries. There's lots of potential.
Because, sorry, Albania talks about, Albanian government talks about AI in procurement. Sometimes we are skeptics. So, wow, is that doable?
It is doable. All you need to do is trust the right people to get started with the project. It doesn't matter even if it fails, but we need to have courage to do it. It's small countries that have the flexibility to do this sort of leapfrog jump, and we should trust that we can innovate and do something cool that can be an example for countries in the Western world. Imagine like huge economies need to have a lot of approvals and processes. If you're a small country like 2-3 million population, 1.5 million population like Kosovo, you can immediately see the effects of a certain technology that you use. For example, there's like one of the municipalities in Kosovo is using like smart AI-based cameras to measure the traffic congestions in the city, and then gather that data and measure and see how they can improve with building new roads in the town. So there's like small things that you can do to make a change, and just reshift this in the VET programs, right? So there's a lot of courses that we see actively in the market. We hire people that have skills gained from those institutions. We work very closely with public university, private universities. We work with different educational institutions, and we give them hints because we need those people to be skilled to get employed. But then they lack the speed to catch up with how fast we move as a private company.
Yeah, so obviously the government always, it's slow in some adapting technologies or sometimes with regulation. So I want to hear from Belma. I'm a little concerned she is with us. No, okay. From the no sign. Okay, I will continue with her. One of the topics that we are focusing is the contribution of the vocational education can provide. I want to address this question to Jan. So, first of all, why vocational education is so important, and how it can be complementary to the traditional education system, and can we expect innovation from vocational education? So are they capable of providing innovation, or is it an exclusivity of the traditional universities?
Yes. Well, first, thank you for this question, because this is a question that I always love to answer. And indeed, this is the question that I have spent years of my life in my PhD answering. And I have done years of study on the role of vocational education in systems of innovation. So I think it's, and I've done this in a comparative manner, trying to look at from different perspectives, from different countries, how this works in different countries. So I think that there is one traditional answer. And if we go, for example, to the north of Europe in the German-speaking countries, and we ask what is the role of vocational education systems of innovation, the answer is almost always the same. It's always related to skills. And it's always in the sense of vocational education, it's a fundamental player in providing the skills that are needed in the companies and providing the right set of skills for the companies that are highly innovative, which it's absolutely true. There's nothing that we can say that we can challenge the specific vision. Definitely, I'm not the one challenging this argument. However, if we go to other places around the world and we ask the same question, we will be able to find very different types of answers. And I think that this is something that has to do quite a lot with the culture of vocational education that we see in different places around the world. Just for explanation, I am 1% German and 99% Brazilian. And as Brazilian, I have seen and I have experienced how vocational education in the country has become the main driver of innovation policies. There's a explanation why, basically because universities in Brazil have become very much conservative in the sense of not wanting to engage in applied research type of projects. And this has created an empty space for vocational education to use applied research as a mechanism to become more important in the innovation ecosystems. So what we see is that there is a possibility also for vocational education to be a knowledge producer and not only a skills provider. And this, in fact, if you go to China, I have had the chance to be in China for a few weeks while working for UNESCO. I have had the chance to work very well with the Basque country, for example. There's an organization called Technica, which is basically an applied research center in the vocational education world. If you look at Australia, if you look at Canada, if you look at Colombia, there are so many other cases around the world that shows that vocational education can do more than what we traditionally think of vocational education. And here, I think it's a bit of a challenge for us in this moment, because when we are now in a situation in the Western Balkans talking about modernizing vocational education, we need to be able to think, are we challenging enough what we expect from vocational education? Is this only enough to talk about changing curricula, to qualifying teachers, to modernizing the structure? Or should we also be approaching different types of services that vocational education can and maybe should be doing to improve their status in the society, to improve their capacity to obtain resources from innovation policies, for example? We know, for example, that Horizon Europe has 100 billion euros being invested. How much of this investment is actually being channeled towards vocational education? Very little. So there is space for a new modernization of that it's beyond the traditional discourses that we have on the world of vocational education. And just to close this chapter, we talk a lot now about vocational excellence. And if we look closely to the platforms of vocational excellence or the centers of vocational excellence, it's very clear that they have a different type of service in the ecosystems. It's not only about skills, it's not only about providing the right workers to the right jobs, but it's also about forming, for example, entrepreneurs. How much of the vocational education graduates are participating in entrepreneurship programs? Why not? Why should only university players and university graduates be considered the main innovators and entrepreneurs of the future of societies? I think that there's a lot of space to question this type of logic, this dichotomy that sometimes we see VET in one side and universities in the other side. I think more and more the tertiary system needs to be merged, and we need to also to provide for VET graduates the types of skills that we traditionally provide for university graduates. So we need to look at, for example, high cognitive competences that we expect from university graduates need also to be included in the types of curricula of VET. And this means that VET needs also to be autonomous as universities are, which is something that I enjoy saying this sometimes to policymakers, because we tend to look at universities as highly autonomous type of institutions, and we tend to look at VET as the types of institutions that we need to give them a lot of support for them to improve their curricula and etc. If we give more autonomy for the VET players, if we give them more investments in terms of research capacity, they will also be able to understand better what they need to change in their curricula, and they will depend less on external actors telling them what to do. And I think this is an element that needs to be somehow debated. In many countries in Europe, this is already being debated, and we have many cases of good results. We indeed, in the European Training Foundation, we have done research on applied research in VET and on entrepreneurship in VET, and there is substantial space for growth in the case of the Western Balkans. So I hope that has been useful too. Thank you.
Yeah, and as a university lecturer, I can say challenge accepted. Let's see who does more innovation. Yeah, Jan, you said that about the scales that the vocational education can provide. But I want to ask Vincent that something that came in my mind right now. Do you have any statistics of how many of your students, let's say, has opened their own business? No.
It's always difficult to talk about number when I'm not prepared. No, I don't have the numbers, but mostly, you know, at the end of our program, we have something called portfolio projects. Like the students, they can create their own projects with what they learn during the year. And most of the time, they do it.
In general, that, because not only you, Holberton is in many countries, as you said, but in general, how that is contributing in those countries? in fostering digital
So it depends of the
competences?
countries, because some of them, like in US, we have incubator just after. So we have contacts to integrate the students on those incubators, same as in Azerbaijan. So it really depends of the country. But if we give them the possibility to have found, if they already have started to build something, it's always easier than to say, okay, I finished my school, let's jump on new projects. So it really depends of how the country is able to participate, or private companies are able to help the students.
Belma, do you hear me? Welcome. I want to, we were talking about, as you were following, we were talking about the importance of vets in, and this comparison with the traditional education. So you are a university lecturer as well as me, so we more or less have the same, not critics, but we used to protect our side of the system. How do you see this coexistence between, because Holberton is teaching courses that you and me used to teach, programming, somehow computer science, computer engineering. So to some extent, we see, oh, these guys are entering in our territory. So how do you see the coexistence between the traditional, let's say, university and the vocational educational system?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I'm happy to participate in this very interesting topic. I believe that these universities and obviously VAT need to coexist. It's a must. Let me elaborate. What do I mean by this? University offers you a complete picture of what, let's say, computer science is. VET could be considered as specialties. And we need specialties in the market as well. And that's the reason why we are opting to, let's say, create VAT programs in cybersecurity that would educate or create skilled people on the market, which is demanding such skills. So going into a college to just study cybersecurity is not an option. You have to do computer science or electrical engineering or something similar. But people who are actually working in the industry, they could kind of have expressed a desire to upskill their task, their skills, and therefore opt for these additional trainings that could be then leading to, let's say, a master's degree or a PhD degree, something that we are very much lacking on the market as well. So these two need to coexist, and we need to collaborate in order to create working force. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we are very much lacking, let's say, cybersecurity specialists. So we need to bring people from abroad to teach, but as well to educate. We have constantly open calls on a market requiring such skills, and there is absolutely, these positions are not filled. So I wouldn't say that I see VET or vocational training as a threat, but rather as a possibility, because we are all following research and it is believed that we are educating people for jobs at the moment that will not exist, let's say in 10 years. So VET is kind of an option to upskill and quickly offer additional training and education that could fill in the gaps that we have in the market. They absolutely, I strongly believe that they cannot replace the university programs and university education, but they offer certain upskills so that we don't have companies stopping or production lines stopping the work just because there are no people that can do that type of a job. And also if I may address something that was asked previously or discussed previously, if I have a few moments, regarding the niche of digitization, something that Jan was very nicely elaborating the statistics. We also did the market analysis in Bosnia and Herzegovina as part of another project funded by GIZ, and we're focusing on healthcare. And it's very interesting to, I'm just confirming Jan's statistics, obviously, to say that people, when you asked participants about digital competences, they give themselves all grade 5 out of 5. But when asked what is digital competence, many of them think of it as, being able to use Word, Excel, PowerPoint, which is absolutely not. So we spent the entire first year of the project raising awareness of what digitization is, what value it brings to a company, and how it could be used. So we see healthcare as one of the primary users in the digitization, but there is also a lot of stories, at least in Bosnia and Herzegovina, about tourism and about e-governance. And I'm very happy to say that it's not the capital that is Sarajevo that is starting all these stories, but actually we have small towns in Bosnia and Herzegovina that are speeding the process. Let's say Travnik, a small town, which they're saying they want startups to be registered in their town. So they're digitizing the entire process of opening a company and trying to bring their youth, who usually goes to study to Sarajevo as a capital, to go back to the town and open new jobs for the locals in that town.
Yes.
I hope I answered the question.
Yeah.
Or my internet is freezing again.
No, I wanted to add something that we suffer as well in Albania, where we talk about technology and companies. 99% we think about Tirana, but unfortunately, we in Albania we have to invest a little in other cities, because most of the companies are here, most of the VIT are here in Tirana. So yeah, you mentioned, you got quite a good point. All of our countries needs not to focus on the capital city, but as well in other big cities in Albania, in Montenegro, in North Macedonia, in all the regions. So you got quite an important point. I want to address a question to Snežana, because so far we have been talking about how that can support technology, but I know that you have used technology the way around. So how technology can support vocational education training? So we all have passed through this COVID and teaching online, reaching people that are difficult to reach, so has a wider audience. So what is the other side of the medals? So using technology to support VIT.
Thank you for your question. Well, with the migration of opening borders and our students choosing to be part of European universities or moving with their families in a system in other better economies, the VTIs has been more aware of the needs to offer new trainings and to fight for the students that are remain in Macedonia. So if we have, in our case, we invented or we implemented, thanks to RCF, the virtual reality in medical education with the medical nurse, because during COVID time, the medical students were not allowed to do their practices. We needed a digital solution, how they can overcome that and have the experience of visiting intensive care rooms or learning about some more complicated medical procedures that weren't allowed to see in the real life. So when there was a lack of medical staff, this was and the skills were not practical during those 1.5 to 2 years. This solution came as an innovation much needed. if we, when we have implemented all this, this profile will be chosen not just from students in our region, in our towns, but also in the region. It makes the profile, because the students are very they adapt very well to the digital tools, and they want to go in schools that look like the 21st century, that has the right computers, the right technologies. We believe that the number of students, their interest, their learning outcomes will perform better, because our students want to have practices in the new technologies, and they can learn better. They're visualized. Their knowledge will last more, and they'll be more motivated to continue their further studying and skills.
Thank you. I want to ask Lik about his experience with companies. I know that he's been consulting companies since many, many years so far, and I want to know from the company perspective. So what are the challenges for a company to embrace technology and digitalization?
This is is it working now? Yeah. So it's an interesting topic. It depends which industry you work with. Financial services, aka banking, is slower because of regulation, different process to do changes, and it affects the larger the bank, the more it affects different parts of it. Retail, automotive, healthcare, all industries are working in that direction. We as a consultancy company, we are a software development company as well, because we do implement solutions globally around the world. We work with companies like Toyota, Lexus, Santander, Discover, different companies that are investing, but do close calculations in terms of ROI. So they want to know the amount of money that they invest for a certain technology. Is it bringing enough value to the company? But recently, while working with a few clients in the United Kingdom, there's a nice conversation that executives, C-suites are having. As a company, do you follow the tech trend, or do you analyze and make strategic decision on which one to choose? Because like AI, as I mentioned, everybody talks about it, but there's a lot of companies that are investing but having zero effect. It's more like spend, loss of money with no actual result. So here's the importance of where data comes in to analyze before making a decision. And a few companies have gone through this cycle of investing and then not having a return, but there's a number of companies that are actually specifically and smartly utilizing their budgets to have an immediate effect on running their company in that sense.
In terms of money, because you mentioned that obviously there is areas of investment. Because I want to jump in a topic which is a hot topic nowadays, which is security. Now, you are aware that, okay, we in Albania, we're talking about a new law where the companies needs to do some extra investments to get protected. So how much this can be impediment for a company to switch to tech solutions? The cost of, for example, investing in security or investing in innovation, how much this can prohibit companies. They say, no, that's too much cost and too much risk to comply with technology, to comply with, why not as well, some regulations from the governments, and say, no, it's too much for me, let's keep it as it is, the Excel file, and that works for me. So how cost can be a prohibition for the company to switch to something digital?
It depends on the scale of the company. If it's government-sponsored change, if it's rules and regulations, you can't avoid them. You have to adapt to them as a business, or otherwise you will have your license taken away, for example, depending on the sector that you work on. But cybersecurity is a must, and it's something that companies need to invest in. And we've seen lately with the amount of content being generated, with the amount of the sophisticated attacks happening, and with breach of data happening here and there in different directions, We are becoming more and more aware that this is an important topic. And earlier on the call, it was mentioned, for example, cybersecurity experts. It's a general lack across the entire region, globally as well. So tools like AI are helping students to learn faster, to become engineers, programmers, because they have this sort of input and conversation. Cybersecurity is something else that is in big demand, and especially with more and more fake content being created online, which now you can't really.
In Kosovo, you have quite a good community in cyber.
It is, but there's a demand for.
Yes, I mean, it's Julius. Kosovo has been, compared to Albania, which I better know, has been quite ahead in terms of knowledge in security.
Yeah.
You have this Albanian cyber
There's an association, there's
which
a
organizes
conference,
conference every year, and I have been there in the last 2 years. So you are much more organized and I think skilled.
And there's also a program being launched by Cactus Education, I think, in cybersecurity, for example, which should create opportunities for companies to fill in the open roles that they have for cybersecurity engineers. But there's way more demand that the market is able to provide.
Thank you. I want to get back to Jan, because we were talking about now, okay, cybersecurity, but we were talking about the lack of skills that companies and countries might have. I said that, okay, Kosovo is compared to the other countries of the region is quite good, way ahead compared to Albania. But what actions can we take in order to enhance the human resource, the capacities, in order to fill some gaps that we locally don't have? So if there is something new in the region, in Albania, okay, we went through some incidents in security which were new to us. Government companies are seeking for experts that we locally don't have. So how we can cope with this problem of lack of local competencies in something which is new? Can be security, but can be anything.
Sure. I think the main point that needs to be highlighted is the importance of continuous training. Because when we talk about cybersecurity, what you learn about cybersecurity now, in 1 year, it's almost already outdated. It's an aspect of the work that's one of the most agile types of learning fields in the world. And it's extremely important that we provide workers the capacity, the possibility of continuous learning along their journey. And here, again, if I bring, for example, the results of the European Skills and Jobs Survey, you will see that there is a lower participation of adult workers in continuous training in the Western Balkans when compared to the average of the EU. More interestingly, you also see that there is a lower, or sometimes much lower, perception of the need for continuous training. And this is something that tends to happen where in economies where you have lower capacity of technology adoption, you tend also to see a lower understanding of workers on the need to constant update their knowledge and their skills. So this is the general context, that we can say that, again, well, as I said in the first answer, it's not only about initial training, it's also primarily about lifelong learning. And it's about giving the possibility for master's degrees, PhD degrees, also in the field of VET, as Belma, for example, said. This is something that you can also see nowadays being further developed in the EU member states, the idea of professional PhDs or the professional masters, in which people will continue to learn in the field of vocational education, but they will not stop in their initial training. I think this also one point that might be an important way forward is the possible creation of intercompany training centers. And this is something that, in my experience, at least in Bosnia, it's something that it's missing. It's something that could be further developed through the chambers of commerce, but also through the support of international donors, and possibly even in specifically intercompany training centers in the field of cybersecurity, or in the field of digitalization, or in the field of artificial intelligence, which are, we know, important topics.
Cybersecurity, I learned from Belma that at her university, they are opening a master program in cybersecurity. I want to ask her, so how we are dealing with something new? Do you have the sufficient staff? Are you hiring from outside your institution or outside Bosnia? So are you trying to bring some experts from other countries, maybe to fill the gap? Because definitely where something is new, you might not have all the experts required in the area. So we have the same problem as well. So I'm just curious, okay, you are opening this program, so how are you dealing with the problem?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Yes, so we are starting as it's through the project. We will be offering certain number of trainings and education in the field of cybersecurity. And it's going to be organized with the companies, and absolutely all the staff will be from abroad. We have very few people that could be teaching such specific courses. So I think 90% of the people will be hired for this program. The idea, even though in the project it's not mentioned as a master's, but this is my secret plan when those company experts come to me, is that they will yes, they will be offered an option to do a thesis final report after completing the courses. And that is something that we have at the university. It's called a master by research. And therefore, after completing these courses, they could do a thesis, master thesis from the things that they have studied, from the things that they're already applying in their daily works. And then even, kind of join two things. They invested time in additional education, and therefore they will be awarded with a degree of a master's in cybersecurity. So that's something that I feel is very important. And I would just like, if I have a few minutes to add, it was the time perhaps of my grandparents or my parents when it was kind of, you go to college, you finish, and that's it, right? You are the king of the world. It's no longer that situation. I, as a professor, need to constantly educate myself. My colleagues in the industry also, they constantly need to educate. It's either new tools, perhaps the IT industry is the fastest changing industry because of a lot of tools, and AI is also helping things speed up. But it's the constant education if we want to be at the top of our field. So, this constant learning, progress, education, trainings, that's why we have all these platforms like Coursera. MIT is offering open MIT courseware, and a lot of universities are offering similar things, because if you finish college,
Free courses that they can attend from MIT. So open to anyone that can that is curious to learn about those topics.
I would recommend everyone to go to MIT OpenCourseWare website. It's just, if you ever wish to study at MIT, this is the way you can at least.
I need to wrap up because we're running out of time. Sorry because I need to address very quickly. So to Vincent and to Snezana. So in Halberton and in your high school, so how you are dealing with the integration of security courses or knowledge or education in case of high schools. So what is the plan of Halberton and of the school of starting with courses in security?
Okay. Yeah, so it's a topic that is coming like from all the countries. That's the same thing, cybersecurity. So it's a new program for us, and we're really happy to announce it. I think even our campus, they don't know about it. So at the end of the year, we will be able to have people working on cybersecurity. for 9 months. So the program has been created by hackers, real hackers.
Oh.
They went in front of a
So
judge
you
and
can
everything, so
advertise
real
that.
hackers, you know. They got caught, so sadly.
White hackers.
On the bank domain. So it's like a bit dark, but at least they're really good at what they do. They decide to work for us and for the government now. So I think to create the best content in cyber, the best is to have the attackers that will know how
Bring
to
it
defend.
as soon as possible in Albania, those courses, because we definitely need those competencies.
We did it in 1 year, so now it will be available in a few months. We're in beta testing, so it can be a solution. So there is university and there is also us, and it's ready right now. So
very quickly, Snezhana, about okay, you have been dealing with some teenage or younger kids. So how much is important to educate them? Because I cannot pretend to teach them skills, but at least educate them in security, because they have access nowadays still since 8-year-old with smartphones, with games, with social media. So how you are planning to educate them in order to be aware, so to increase the awareness about security?
Crucially important. We are all using apps, downloading, checking. I read the conditions without actually reading it. And I have to share like a story. 12-year-old kid has programmed his own game, and the teachers don't know about this. Plus he has entered the dark web, and the person that he spoke to told him his home address. He plugged in the computer immediately and didn't tell his parents, but he shared this information with me as a teacher in this school. The safety in this era when someone can download an image from your social media and make a fake news video with the AI tools is present. We no longer, I personally can no longer believe if what I see is real or not. So to be aware of the information that we consume, to verify the facts, to check what personal information I'm sharing and what the other side is collecting about me is very important, I believe. So for this, we need to train first teachers, then to offer some additional courses to the parents, and be very careful how we are using the tools. And how we are using the information and what is the amount that we put in. I was thinking, I don't like that much social media, but we have to use. I was thinking to open up a TikTok account because all my students are there. Some of them are on Discord. And when they copy now the tests, when they do like tests, they're all in groups. But when they come online, we can recognize if they have cheated on the exams or not, because when we know their vocabulary. But the students that don't learn from the books, they might learn from videos. So we also as educators have to be innovative in our teaching and use these tools smartly. But in order to achieve this, in order to have flexibility in the VAT education and to quickly, let's say, open up a module of 1 month or 3 weeks, we need the support of the policymakers. I don't know how many in the room are representatives of our ministries. Education should be a top priority of the governments. People are no longer living because of the better salaries in Germany. They're also living because of the educational system. It's not the German tax payers that should invest in our schools. When we take out the salaries of the staff, it's a very small amount that our directors have to spend on technology, even purchasing 1 year or 1 account of some program that is really helpful and useful. I want to use AI tools, but I want to be available in the program. Sorry.
This is why we have the challenge fund, so we can apply.
Challenge, yes.
You is investing quite a lot, and we have to thank them for all the programs, funding programs that they have in the area, so that we apply, we have an idea, we can apply, and we have seen that they have helped us and support us quite a lot. I need to apologize with the organizers because we exceeded a little bit time and we left little time to the conclusive remarks. So my fault.
I mean, no pressure at all. I've been looking at you for 15 minutes straightforward, but no.
I'm aware that.
Thank you very much.
Didn't succeed
I
in
guess
timing.
we deserve an applause for holding on with us. Thank you so much. Thanks to the panelists as well for very insightful and also very interesting, curious discussions, which I'm sure will spark and continue through dinner time. Thank you. Before we close, we have to do something more. We have to have some concluding remarks. It has been a long day, definitely. We heard a lot of nice examples that can be replicated. We talked about challenges that we face. We talked about also opportunities. And we talked about how we didn't mention AI or maybe something else that we still need to discuss and we still can discuss a bit more tomorrow. So to follow with concluding remarks, I would like to invite Victoria Veit, Senior Portfolio Manager from KFW, excuse me. And afterwards, Mr. Frieder Dürmann, Team Leader of the Fund Management Unit of RCF.
Yeah. All right, that works. Okay, we'll already discuss. We keep it very short. You've been here a long day. And my first task, which I fulfill with great happiness, is to say thank you to everybody who's here today, who's been listening. I think you're all going to be multipliers for what we've been discussing today. Developing skills, meaningful skills, we heard that already today, is our priority, KFW's priority in this project. And it's great to see that there are so many people interested and also so many people interested to share their knowledge. So thank you goes to all the panelists, to all of you who have made, you came here a long ways, one and the other. Thank you goes, a big thank you goes to the Fund Management Unit with organizing this conference and the event tomorrow. I think this has been really, really a great experience. And I know there's been a lot of work put into this, in coordinating and preparing and setting this up as it is right now. And also, of course, a big thank you to the colleagues of the Chamber, Western Balkans Chamber Investment Forum, and to the Ministry of Economy, Culture and Innovation. Two other points that I've noted down that are maybe my main takeaways for today. One of them is this regional exchange is really, really important. And I see that there is a lot of interest from everybody here in the room, and also on the level of the policymakers. And it is also a great interest of KFW and the German government to facilitate this regional exchange further. So we'll make this happen. In the progress of this project, it will be running for another couple of years, so we'll have more opportunities. And I would like to encourage all of you, if you have issues, if you have interests, you can post them to the project, but also to your policymakers in the countries. I think that's also very important. We heard that a couple of times today. The other thing is, it's all about meaningful skills. And I think that's something that really stuck to my head, because we're talking about trying to support skills development in the region for the young people to stay here. And this is with creating not only skills, reskilling, upskilling, creating new skills, but with meaningful skills that will have potential for future development for young people and create something that is very natural to every human being, that they want to do something meaningful in their life. So this is something we always talk about human capital development, upskilling, but meaningful skills, I think, is the core of it all. And this is also why, yeah, I think this project is very close to, the core of what KfW is trying to develop here, to create, to facilitate regional economic development here, and by building skills really for the local economy. And I think with the meaningful skills, I think that's the core of it all.
Good, then I'll continue and conclude then completely. It's a bit, of course, the transition to the dinner exercise, but I would also make a little transition to tomorrow morning. We are going to continue with the Technical Advisory Committee, I think, for which this conference has been a great input. Yeah, food for thought, I think, everywhere. I have two main takeaways, and maybe I'm just citing some of the speakers of the morning. One was Mr. Zickenrath's collective endeavor. I think it was very obvious here. So we have heard a lot about the different levels, and I think that is part of this dialogue that should probably continue between the policymakers. Yeah, at the top, we had them early in the morning to a certain extent. And then the business community and the schools. And then there was, I think, an important mentioning of the demographic factor, so the students and their families. And I have to say, at least maybe admitting it as well as the conference organizers, they've been conspicuously absent here today. So I think we have to think about that for an upcoming conference to somehow facilitate it. Of course, they're not as organized as the policy level and schools and the businesses, but I think the worthwhile as well bring them on board. So task for us, not for tomorrow, but I think for a next conference. And the other one was, I think, Mirjana's comment on changing the law for 3 times in Serbia within 7 years. And so very dynamic. Yeah, so we are, I think all the 4 levels are somehow changing positions constantly, which is a huge challenge, I understand, for policymakers, for practitioners, to always meet those different needs and requirements and expectations. This I found very exciting, challenging, yeah, because there doesn't seem to be any stability in this sector. Nice to be there, and I think we'll take this as well as part of our RCF activities, partially for tomorrow, to see how the RCF can connect with these different dynamics when organizing structuring calls. We have the next call planned for September. So it would be interesting to see how we adapt to the current situation. We have already adapted in the past, and we'll probably do so again in the future. But I think that's on us to follow up. And then as well, that is coming with the implementation of the project. I think we can steer our monitoring and reporting on the progress of the projects in this direction. So I think we have a lot to do. The team is warned, so to say, what is coming up. I think as an input for tomorrow, that was great. Also from my side, thanks a lot to all the contributors, especially those that have stayed until the end. And I think many of those we'll see again tomorrow morning. We're looking forward to that. And thanks as well, in particular, to Irena for the moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well for closing on such a positive note as well. So I will give you just the technical news until you see me tomorrow again. I'm sorry for you. But as you mentioned, we have 2 workshops for tomorrow. We're doing the RCF Technical Advisory Committee workshop that I will facilitate. And we have the workshop of the VTI Sustainability Vet Chain, facilitated by Hannelore Kress and Julia Olsen of the Federal Institute of Vocational Education and Training. So please just remember, they're on the 23rd floor. When you're down in the reception, there is a special elevator, not the one you take for here, that brings you up to the 23rd floor. It's a nice view from there as well. Explore it. You can. Yes. That's on my count. So that is done. And reminder on the timing, the workshop of the Technical Advisory Committee starts at 9. The other one starts at 8:30 because some of the participants need to leave by noon. So please be mindful of the time. You can always scan the program in your badges. And we spoke about digital AI and everything, but I'm still generation 80 and I like to go analog a lot of times. These badges are your pass for tonight if you want to get dinner with us, a very nice dinner. I'm joking, but bring them with you at 10 minutes to 7 down in the reception. So we board the bus to go to dinner. I mean, if you want to be challenging and walk, you can try. I wouldn't suggest with the traffic of Tirana, but you will get to see a bit more of an outside space because we've been sitting here. So that's for dinner, 10 minutes to 7, down in the reception, we go to the bus and we go. Now you see on the screen, going back to digital, that nice QR code, which you should scan already, is our evaluation link for the day. And the team would really appreciate your feedback for the day. Scan it, do it now, do it a bit later, find your timing, but it's important that you share your feedback of the day. It will help us all to improve for the next time, definitely. And for all the tasks that we already bring along for more work to do. Said that, I think we are already done, but I will not forget to say thank you very much to our online audience who's been staying with us. I hope they have a nice evening and a nice dinner as well. If they want to join us, they have an hour to reach us. But otherwise, this is it for today. And thank you so much for sitting here all day long, being attentive. I see there is a lot of curiosity as well, because I see you chit-chatting throughout the coffee breaks and the lunch. So let's continue that through the dinner. See you soon.